Hello, hello, there we go. My mic wasn't working again for some reason. Hey everyone, I'm Cosmic. Welcome to the cloud. It looks like it takes a second for chat to connect. That's weird. I see your messages, but they're not appearing on the stream yet. Why do I hear myself? Oh my god, I had the thing open. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, I had my stream. A little chaotic. I'm trying to do a lot of new things today. We're gonna see how it goes. Hello everybody. Oh, I haven't even put out the... Oh my god, did I copy the link yet? I did not. Okay, my bad. I need to still send out the thing. A bunch of people showed up. Oh my god, I'm already screwing this up. Hi everyone. You're gonna have to bear with me a little bit. We're trying some new things. So this is mostly supposed to be a really low-key thing, but then I I prepared some things. I have I want to talk about stuff in the art book and yeah, you'll see when we get there, but I'm already well, okay, I would be a little less overwhelmed if I didn't feel like my computer was about to explode. I don't even have that many extra things open, but it is kind of struggling at the moment. Okay, the link is actually sent out. Close Discord. Let me close Chrome. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, just in case I'm gonna send out the ping. I know the usual people are still here. Okay, so first of all, I have to actually make a new profile. I don't think there's any, important information, but I'm just gonna hide that for a second. Switch user. I always forget how to do this. Add new user. Yeah, you have to, add a new, me every time you want to make a new account on Wii U. Or use an existing me. Okay, so sorry, I probably should have done this before starting. I can run through this really quick. But yeah, so we're gonna be making, or we're gonna make a new profile, then we're gonna be playing Splatoon 1 single player. I've been kind of talking about this, but yeah, I like the idea of doing a not even just a lore thing, but just a facts, just whatever, a fun facts, weird trivia, cool things you might not know about Splatoon 1 single player. Just going through, I don't know if we'll get through the whole game today. It's really short. But also I normally skip World 4, and I guess I probably don't want to do that this time, so we'll see. I'm not even totally sure we're gonna get through the whole game today. I was thinking, one campaign per stream would make sense. But we'll see, because it's gonna take, we're gonna be going through it slower than usual, so we're gonna figure it out together. Okay. There we go. I have a lot of Miis, because I replay Splatoon 1 a lot. But yeah, hopefully volume level should be good. All right, now I can actually reach out. Sorry. You're good, Sonny. You don't have to apologize. I appreciate you guys being here. I know this is an unusual one, but I'm glad. A couple you mentioned you missed the Saturday one, so glad you could make it here for this one. Yeah, of course, classic splash screen. I know that's a super nostalgic thing. It is for me too, but I also just come back to the game often enough that it's I'm used to it. Ooh, that loading screen fits well with the overlay. That looks kind of nice. It's almost like it was inspired by Splatoon. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Well, I wouldn't call Octo Canyon peak, obviously, but I do like it. I do like it, and there's fun stuff. So I'm a male Agent 3 truther. I play like the most default character ever. I'm like default skin tone, default eyes. But yeah, Agent 3. Don't have much to say on that. I'll go woman every other campaign, but this is the one agent I like having as a male. So I mean, probably not gonna read all of this stuff, you know, it's just obviously, oh god, yeah. By the way, okay, I think these tutorials, I really dislike that they lock your movement. I actually feel like that turns more people away from the motion controls, because it feels so much worse than not being able to move while using motion. But yeah. Hello, Natalie. But yeah, I mean, I guess this is already a little interesting, right? Because this is a, you know, modified version of launch Urchin Underpass, which doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, I guess we'll see. That's a thing with a few Splatoon single players, actually, where they incorporate multiplayer levels, but then those maps get reworked. And so, like, the only way to see the original state of those maps in-game is actually in the single player. I know that's the case for Splatoon 2 Starfish Main Stage. The version in Octo Expansion is the OG version. What's my peak viewership I ever got on a stream? I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn the volume down a bit, actually. When we did the music stream, we randomly went up to like 100 or like 110 viewers at one point, somehow. I guess it just like hit the algorithm while I was live. So I'm pretty sure that's still the most it has ever, the highest we've ever reached. But yeah, I wanna like really just take my sweet time and like appreciate stuff, because like, you know, how often, like, I don't know, Splatoon 1's art style is something I'll probably talk about a little bit, you know, throughout, but, you know, obviously Splatoon mostly has like very cartoony characters, but like, for the most part, especially in, like, you know, Inkopolis and in the multiplayer stages, a more realistic kind of art style. Like, these trees are a bit, like, cartoony. Well, I guess that's what I'm gonna say. Splatoon 1 kind of was in this, you know, it didn't quite know which direction to lean, I think, yet. So it starts out kind of like, you know, the buildings are a bit more, I mean, there it's fairly, you know, like, whatever. They're just kind of background assets, so they're not that defined either way, but, you know, I don't know, it's interesting. You see a mix of, like, because these trees feel very cartoony, but then in the back we have these, well, first of all, those are very obviously just billboards. You know, like they're just flat textures placed in the background, which is kind of neat. I don't know, I'm a kind of person who, like, I think it's just cool to see the techniques, like, even if it, like, kind of breaks the illusion, like, you know, to me, this isn't just like, oh, outdated graphics. Like, I just think this stuff is cool. I never even noticed that little, like pagoda thing over there. That's cool too. Yeah, for sure, just the vibes. I'm sure we'll be talking about that a lot, but yeah, just the lighting of Splatoon 1. I think that's what's really cool about Splatoon 1. It's like, yeah, a lot of the environments, actually, I would say, are like more kind of cartoony than the other games, but then the lighting, something about the lighting and like the textures feel just very like tactile and realistic. Like, I love, like, this is how in-depth we're getting today, so be ready for this. But like, see, like, you know, just the way the light, like, it's a really weird thing, but like, I feel like in Splatoon 2 and 3, I've mentioned this before, but like the ink is like thicker, whereas in Splatoon 1, it's like, you still see the texture of the wall under the ink in a way that's like really satisfying for me. Like, it's such a small thing that like only a super deranged Splatoon fan would really care about, but it's like, it just feels different than Splatoon 2 and 3. But yeah. Do I use different fingers? I mean, jump, no, I don't, I guess. I mean, the way the gamepad is, I guess it's kind of easier to rest your index fingers on the bumpers and middle fingers on the triggers, whereas I would probably use my, you know, index finger for the trigger on a Switch Pro controller. But beyond that, I mean, I still use my thumb to jump, despite it being X instead of B, so no, everything else is the same. Yeah, I don't know. Wii U is just an interesting thing where it's like Nintendo's first HD console, but it's still very Nintendo and still very, you know, like not quite like, you know, Nintendo's been behind a generation since the Wii, pretty much, if not the GameCube. So, well, no, I don't know. I grew up with the Wii, so I can talk about things Wii and forward. Don't ask me about the GameCube. But yeah, I guess we can start moving forward. I honestly didn't think I would be going this slow. I have something to talk about very soon, but yeah. I don't know. It really is a game where I can just sit here and ramble forever. So yeah, this area, Splatoon 1 single player reuses assets a lot, which is something we'll get into later, but yeah, this whole area is used for, I think, 2 different single player levels. It's for sure used for an Octo Striker level. I think it might also be used for an Octoling level. No online today. I will play Splatoon 1 online more in the future, but today we're just going all single player. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't really know the technical details behind how the ink in Splatoon works, but yeah, it feels like it's more like putting like a, not like a shader, but you know, it's like combining the texture of the, you know, of the terrain with the ink. And I think it's weird. It's like inconsistent. Like it kind of does that in Splatoon 2 and 3 sometimes, but I feel like because the ink itself has so much texture that just kind of, you don't like see that detail. We could do some recon. I would have to switch to my Pretendo account because I think if you enter the lobby without online, you just get booted out. But yeah. This is the only time they ever call this a dash jump, by the way. Like, I think it's just called like a squid jump or just, you know, jumping while in squid form, but they call it a dash jump here. I don't think anyone in the community has ever referred to a squid jump as a dash jump, but yeah. I was like, there's always just like a lot of really cool details. Splatoon 2's tutorial area is like crazy detailed. It's like one of the most fleshed out environments like in the series. So I'll be excited when we get to talk about that. This one's not quite as detailed, but you know, it is really cool how early you get to see like, you know, there's Squid Sisters posters and like, I don't know, there's just lots of, you know, lots of cool Splatoon stuff. These vending machines that we're still using all the way up to side order started right here. Yeah, I mean, Splatoon 3 tutorial is cool too because you see the crater. I definitely think Splatoon 1 and 2s are cooler because you actually get to like be in the city and see all these details. But yeah. Okay, so this, I have a lot to say about this. So I'm thinking of making an entire video about this, but there's a UFO here, right? That's kind of weird. There's just like an Octarian UFO in the tutorial. And you'll see in a second, when we get to the news, not only do Callie and Marie mention the Great Zapfish being stolen, but they say it might have something to do with a UFO crash. And this never, like, gets, like, you know, completely resolved. Like, obviously, it's, you know, the Octarians invaded the city and stole the Zapfish, but this UFO clearly was not successful, right? So, like, what's the story here? Yeah, so we'll get to the alien stuff in a bit, but what I wanted to show first, so, okay, I have this set up so it should look good. Boom. We have the art book pulled up. So most of you guys here, I need to hang on. Okay, I didn't totally think this through. Let me look at like chat on something else so I can see chat while we're doing this. But yeah. So most of you probably are familiar with this comic. This is like, you know, the human lore, basically. This is where we learn about World War V, you know, the fall of the humans. But interestingly, so first of all, these mangas are really weird. Like, it's this like weird, like crudely drawn, you know, I mean, this part is not that crude, but some of the drawings are like literally just like doodles. Like they're very, very, yeah, I can zoom in a bit, when we get to the important part. This isn't really necessarily the part I'm talking about quite yet, but yeah. So these mangas are just weird. Like, it's not entirely clear what these even are. Like, if it's like the initial like idea of the story, like if these were ever meant to be published. Like, I don't know. I don't really even know like why these are in the art book, but we see this Inkling girl with this like black tank top, and then she has like this brother character, and so there's this whole thing. I won't like read through this whole thing, but basically there's this whole like story, like beyond the human stuff. There's just this story with this Inkling girl and boy. So, well, that kind of comes in later. First of all, there's just this like mission briefing with the Octarians, and they like devise this plan basically because they have the artificial suns in the dome, and they see the real sun on the surface with the Inklings, and like it's like, you know, just like this cartoon episode plot of like, oh, we can go and steal the sun because they think the Inkling sun is also artificial. And then this Inkling girl just shoots down the UFO with an Exuka and it crashes. So the point of all this is what I'm saying. Maybe that's what this UFO is? Like, because this is just a UFO that failed to capture the Zapfish. It crash landed, and they even in the art book manga, they like, there's then like a news report of like a person being like, oh, there was like a UFO crash. So like, I feel like this is just like a remnant of like an early, like first draft of Splatoon 1's story. I don't know. Or maybe it's just like, you know, obvious foreshadowing of like the Octarians are gonna have UFOs. I don't know, but I think it's interesting. Like, it's, because no other Splatoon tutorial has like really any story hints or anything. I mean, I guess Splatoon 3 has the crater, but you know, this is like kind of like an unexplained mystery still. Is this specific UFO and what happened to it? So yeah, they definitely moved away from the alien stuff. When we get into Octo Valley, I'm going to talk about that more. But yeah, I want to make a more like, you know, concise scripted video about this, but I find this very interesting. And the whole comic is like a weird, like almost like prologue to Splatoon 1. And yeah. So I don't have much to say here, but yeah. One thing that will come up a few times is like, I feel like with the super jumping, this isn't the best example of it, but there's lots of launch pads in the game that just have no problem flinging you straight through like solid walls and floors and stuff. And you'll see here when we super jump, like, you know, that's Inkopolis Tower there, so the plaza is like somewhere around there, but we jump straight through the model. Like it just clips straight into the tower. They just hope you're not looking close enough, I guess. I think, yeah, I think Calamari County is likely as a hub. I don't know, like, I feel like they would want to do something like brand new. Should have turned up the volume for that. I feel like that was quiet. Yeah, here we are in Inkopolis Plaza. I still think, I don't know, there's something about Splatoon 3's lighting and textures and stuff. Like, I low-key think this plaza looks better in this game, despite not even being 1080p. Something about it is more appealing to me in Splatoon 1. Might just be nostalgia bias. But yeah. Hold on to your tentacles, it's Inkopolis news time. I'm not gonna read, like, literally all the dialogue, but yeah, so Great Zapfish has vanished, but then you can see there's a UFO in the upper left corner there. So, like, we don't even know how... Like, I mean, we see the Octobot King use, like, a tractor beam in the final battle, but I don't know if Octavio himself would have flown into the city. We don't know exactly how it actually gets stolen in any of the games. Also, yeah, aren't we gonna lose power if there's no Great Zapfish? So, I think the explanation we got for this in Splatoon 2 is that the city relies on power eggs for electricity. Like, that's the role of Grizzco, you know, beyond the hidden role of powering the Alternan rocket and making fuzzy ooze. The power eggs supposedly, you know, are the power source of the world. I think the Splatoon 2 art book explicitly says that. So, I also think, well, okay, I'm not entirely sure about this. In Splatoon 1, the Sunken Scroll says that the Great Zapfish powers the entire city. And if I'm not mistaken, I think in Japanese it actually just implies that it powers the plaza and not the entire city. I'm not 100% on that, but I think that's true. So, yeah, supposedly power eggs are more what the city relies on, but the Great Zapfish is just, like, also a thing. So yeah, there's a shot at the UFO again. And, you know, there's just kind of a giant tentacle coming out of it. I don't know if that is actually an Octarian model in the game. Obviously, this is supposed to be like, you know, a UFO sighting, like, parody thing of being like a super low quality image. But yeah, I don't know, like, is that like a severed boss tentacle? Is that like, it almost looks like an Octo Sniper based on the length. It's kind of an interesting, like, because if Octavio, like the boss tentacles that you know, you have to shoot 3 times to defeat the bosses are cut off from Octavio. And they're like sentient tentacles, like he's able to control the bosses through his severed tentacles, basically. So it's interesting, like maybe he could just fly around a UFO with one of his tentacles. We don't see the green scar on this one, so I'm not 100% that it's Octavio's. But yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. It says 2015 July 23rd. That's not the release date. That's interesting, because yeah, it definitely looks like that's supposed to say 2015. That's like the summer of Splatoon 1's release, but not the actual date. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't actually notice that before. That's a good catch. Gushing on stream is crazy, yeah. I think it's implied Grizzco existed during the time of Splatoon 1. I think it just like became more popular in Splatoon 2. I'm not 100%. I don't know if we have a proper timeline for that, to be honest. But yeah, it was like sometime around Splatoon 1. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like a super long time ago. Okay, that is all for now. Now I can increase my sensitivity. Oh, actually I have to do the tutorial first, my bad. Welcome to Inkopolis. So yeah, this is kind of cool too. In Splatoon 3, when these were added, this tutorial is like exactly copy-pasted, like the text is exactly the same, which is maybe just them being lazy, but I also think it, you know, it's meant to be like a cool nod. Camp Triggerfish was released then. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder, maybe it was just like a preliminary release date. Like they thought it might have come out then, so that's what they put on the image. Because you figure that image was probably made well before, you know, the game was done. Also, yes, the tutorials are canonically Judd telepathically explaining everything to you. So normally there's like the little like meow and then the text in parentheses, but you know, I feel like that's probably a thing they decided retroactively. So you don't really know it's Judd, but they told us it was in an interview. Most Inklings here are obsessed with the hottest sport in Inkopolis, ink battles. So they normally just call them turf wars now. I feel like I like to say ink battles because I feel like turf war like doesn't include, you know, the ranked battles, but this is I think the only time the game explicitly says like ink battles instead of just like the Inklings like turf war or whatever. So that doesn't matter, but yeah. Yeah, Judd is telepathic. That's how all of his dialogue works. It's like he meows out loud and then the parentheses text is just him telepathically speaking to you, basically. The crazy tall building in front of you is the Inkopolis Tower, the city's most famous landmark. Also, slight weird thing, I don't like that we don't get a name for the giant tower in Splatsville. It doesn't like matter, again, but like this is Inkopolis Tower, in Splatoon 2 it's Deca Tower, then in Splatoon 3 it's just, we just don't know. So, yeah. I think the implication with Big Man is just that, you know, the player character understands the language he speaks. Like I think he is just speaking in Manta Ray, and the Inkfish are just able to understand it, and it's translated for the player's sake. I don't know. It's not telepathy though. Yeah, it's like an I Am Groot situation. This is Booyah Base, which is like, oh god, I forget the pun. There's like a French dish called like something that sounds like Booyah Base, I think, and it also sounds like Shibuya because it looks like Shibuya. Anyway, lots of good puns in Splatoon 1. Battle Dojo. Wow. I do not have a Wii U Pro controller, so unfortunately we cannot experience that. Who's that creepy old dude? Seems like the type who could get you mixed up in something dangerous. Sorry, let me just readjust my mic really quick. Buoy base, yeah, true. Also, I'm pretty sure there was a glitch here where you could clip out of bounds, and I thought it was patched, but I saw someone bring it up again recently. So I'm actually not 100% sure if, I thought it was impossible, but I'm probably not gonna try it right now because I don't know exactly how to do it, but yeah. Oh, there was a cool bug here. I have a YouTube short about this. Yeah, right, so in Splatoon 1, this is just, you know, it's not tangible, there's no collision there. But in Splatoon 3, you can actually get on top of that lamppost and then jump. I forget if it's only in like the Splatfest version or if it's in the normal version too. I think it's in the normal version, but you can actually, there's like collision on top of the amiibo box and you can actually just be like floating in the air. I have a YouTube short about it, so check that out, I guess, if you are interested, but that's a thing. It's only in 3 though, it's not in 1. There's so many of these, like billboards, just 2D textures. These are all across Splatoon 1. I mean, they're still using them in Splatoon 3, I'm pretty sure, but, they're very, very prevalent. I know, like, Arowana Mall, like, every single storefront just has these, 2D textures. Kelly Marie, of course. I mean, this is the fun fact that I'm sure literally every person in the world knows about, but, of course, we gotta do it. Yeah, well, I know it for sure was night, or it for sure was daytime, but I couldn't remember if it was like the pre-Splatfest mode. But I don't think it is. I think it's just the normal one. There we go. Yay. I'm glad they've continued that that tradition in all the games. That's fun. But yeah, we'll go into Octo Valley soon. I just wanted to like, oh yeah, these are like some extremely obviously 2D things, which starts to look a little weird. Oh no, okay, these ones don't follow you. They don't follow the camera, but yeah. It's very funny that they let you zoom in on like the super crusty textures. See you, Natalie. Or you'll be back soon. Okay, cool. These shoes are 3D. Wow, look at that. Oh, that one's, is that one? Oh, that one is, yeah, there's low poly. I'll take a bite of those textures, yeah. Oh yeah, that's kind of true. I actually didn't realize that gaming. That is kind of weird. I guess there wouldn't be any other way for them to include the Easter egg, so yeah, I don't know. I could enter these shops, but they're just gonna kick me out because I'm lame. Actually, yeah, no, I don't even have internet, so they're just gonna. You're kind of sort of offline right now, yeah. Yeah, we can we can do that with Pretendo maybe some other time, but yeah. I don't think we would ever play as the Squid Sisters. I mean, in the art book, they like, well, not that this is really evidence either way, but you know, they explicitly designed the idols to be distinct from the player character Octolings. And I feel like it would be weird to go from 3 games with customizable characters to just playing as like predetermined characters. Like I want them to have more like you know, explicitly written characters like Agent 8, but I feel like design-wise we're always just gonna be able to customize stuff. Also, this is just a fun thing. You can get this to, you know, obviously objects disappearing is an intentional thing for the sake of clarity, but I always thought it was funny you could just be floating here. Of course, this is where the pledge box was. I mean, that still shows up in Splatoon 3, so yeah. Rip Miiverse. For some reason, they moved the mailbox, by the way, to the other side in Splatoon 3. I don't know why they did that, but they did. Hello, Judd. You've got to work on that positively clawful level. Yeah. Catch you later. So, by the way, Judd, like, was literally used to decide the winner of World War V. and now he does this. So yeah, we love Splatoon lore. Yeah, maybe it's like a spin-off. But yeah. Also, yeah, you can see Zapfish plush. Oh, is that just? Huh. I don't remember that being 2D. That's weird. But yeah, Zapfish plush. Wow, that's a really crusty fish bone. They do not expect you to zoom in here. Also, these guys, they got rid of these guys in Splatoon 3. Splatoon 1 uses lots of, like, weird little, like, mocap stuff like this, and I miss it. They don't do this anymore. People dancing in front of the storefront. I don't know, like, surely they could at least, like, port these animations over. I really wish these were in Splatoon 3. I don't know why they aren't. Low-key scary? I think they shouldn't be, like, perfectly synced. I think that's the only thing that makes it feel a little fake. Is that, you know, if people are dancing together, they're not literally going to be perfectly in sync. Also, they have the same shoes. That's weird. I think it's just a coincidence, because it's just randomly generated. You know, these are, like, the default, NPCs if you're not connected online, which every game has their own group of. This is how people got the, you know, like, quote-unquote names for the characters. I don't know, can we find, like, Kaori or John? I wonder. I don't know if we could maybe reload and see if we can get them. I'm not sure if they do just appear randomly, right? Oh, hi, Sanic dude. Let me try and reload the lobby and see if we can get John, just because it's funny. Don't receive. That's some weird copy on that menu. Nope. Always get Patricia. Like, I always see Patricia. But yeah, and obviously, you know, Splatoon 1 only has one hairstyle for boys and one for girls, which the devs said was, like, you know, they intentionally did limit the customization options because they wanted the characters to be more, like, recognizable and stand out, which I think was a good decision. I think it worked. You know, I like it. You know, there's not really NPCs that do this in Splatoon 3, is there? Just, like, looking into the shops? I guess there doesn't have to be. It just seems weird that they don't, because they did that in 1 and 2. Is it bad you're starting to remember the names of offline NPCs? I mean, like I said, I always see Patricia. I don't remember the rest of them. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a nitpick for me. I don't really like when people act like they're, like, you know, those are their canon names. They do that in Splatoon 3 and Inkopolis, but yeah, they don't do it in Splatsville is what I meant. Which is surprising because it has the most stores. But yeah, a lot of people will actually, like, refer, like, and obviously it's like, you know, what else do you call them? Like, I guess it's, you know, it's less of a mouthful than, like, Splatoon 1 Orange Inkling Box Art Girl. Like, yeah, just saying, like, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. It's like Kaori, right? But yeah, I don't know. At least I don't mind as much for Splatoon 1 and 2 because they just sound like actual names. But then Splatoon 3 where it's like Veronica, it's like, that's like a pun. Like, that's not a person's name, that's like a username. So I just feel like it's weird, but I don't know, that's just a personal nitpick. We might finally see a 60 FPS Splatoon hub, yeah, maybe someday. I mean, John is funny. Like, yeah, John is funny, and the other ones are just names. It's mostly just Veronica that bothers me, because it's like, I feel like, because they showed it in, like, the direct, where it was, like, very clearly, like, a stand-in, like, a username, I feel like, for a player, and it's like, I don't know, it's not, there's not anything wrong with it. It's just a nitpick I have, because there's all this content for, like, the promo kids, who are, like, not even, like, canon characters, and I'm like, I just wish people would make, you know, content of the actually interesting characters in the game, but, yeah, that's just a me thing. Anyway, let's finally actually go in. Yeah, like Taco Truck, and, like, even Hero is right now, like, Hero, it's like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, It is really funny comparing the production value. I know I've done that in my videos, but like, this is the most like bare bones cutscene imaginable. Like, it's just like character standing with idle animation and text. And now, you know, to be fair, Return of the Mammalians opening isn't like that much better, but then you get like the Octavio cutscene, you know, and then Alterta and everything. So yeah, it is always a little funny going back to this. Yeah, Yarwall, Splat. Okay, well, Splashly's kind of cute. Splashly is like, that feels like an in-universe pun that could actually exist. Whereas like Veronica is like, Ika is like squid in Japanese. You're not gonna make a pun out of the word like human in your name, you know? Like, that's just weird. Like, I don't know. He looks so much more old in this game. Yeah, I mean, when he's like wearing actual clothes, I feel like you don't see it as much. Here you can like literally see his like rib cage, which is like also weird, because you know, he also has toenails. There's lots of weird things about Captain Cuttlefish. He's like bald, but has a ponytail. I mean, I guess that's kind of a thing you can do when you're balding, but yeah. In terms of like the lore stuff, you know, Inklings normally don't have toenails. They supposedly don't have bones, but to be fair, that's a thing with all, you know, inkfish, where weirdly they seem to have rib cages and pelvises, so I don't know exactly how that works. Yeah. He looks like he's about to expire. Also, yeah, he was supposed to be more like a... He's gotten more level-headed. He's supposed to be like this crazy, like, conspiracy theory guy. Let me actually see, there's, Speaking of that comic in the art book, there's this one art of him. Here it is. Let me actually zoom in on this, so you can see it a bit better. But yeah. He was conceptualized more as this, like, crazy old man, I think. Whereas, you know, he's kinda gone a bit more chill. in the more modern ones. He's also more piratey. I feel like they've kind of just brought him down to like old man character, and this one he's very piratey. He makes more like sea related things. But yeah, that look in your eye, it's the look I've been looking for. Splatoon 3 did not continue that. They always talk about the look in your eye in every Splatoon story except for Return of the Mammalians. Well, also Side Order, to be fair. But yeah, I don't know. They did that all the way through Octo Expansion, then they stopped saying it. Big pirate vibes. Yeah, I mean, it's like cartilage is the obvious answer, but it's still weird, and the toenails don't make sense. And like it looks like it is like supporting them. Like it looks like they have a skeletal structure. So I don't know. And my man looks like he has gone through several government experience. Oh, you're right, Marie does say it. Or no. Wait, I actually totally misremembered that. It's not the look in your eye thing, it's the, like, I'll take your silence as a yes. Cuttlefish says, I'll take your silence as a yes. Marie says, I'll take your awkward silence as a yes in Splatoon 2. And then Cuttlefish says, I'll take your stunned silence as a yes in Octo Expansion. And that's what they stopped saying. That's the part I messed up. Yeah. So yeah, he has this whole, like, you know, conspiracy, like, corkboard thing going on. And, you know, it kind of ties in with the whole, like, aliens and UFO theming, which, again, has kind of been dropped in other games. You know, it just occurred to me, he said they stole the Zapfish from under my nose. Does he have a nose? He should have a nose. Inklings normally have noses, but I'm not seeing one. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna take your silence as a yes. And then boom, you are instantly wearing new clothes, which is just a thing that happens in Splatoon sometimes. See ya, Sanic dude. Was 3 paid? I mean, you don't receive cash in the game. I don't know about in canon. Also, yeah, beard tentacles are, I don't know. Let's go get those Octo Jerks. So yeah, Octo Valley. I love Octo Valley. I really love the vibes of this hub. Just the way it looks and feels and plays. It's my personal favorite hub. Yeah, no, it is easily. I'm like, I mean, I love the Deep Sea Metro train, but I wouldn't really call that a hub world. So yeah, this is my favorite, just like one of my favorite areas in Splatoon just to exist in and to walk around in. You just miss some like Inkopolis Plaza stuff, mostly Natalie, and us talking about how old Cuttlefish looks. Like, yeah, if you get that weird angle on him, like, bro is not, he's not eating enough. He does not look like he should be alive. It's also kind of weird that he just like is not covered from the sides at all. I'm glad they gave Captain 3 a shirt in Splatoon 3 to put underneath that. Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, there was like Cuttlefish the pay is 0 for Neo Agent 3, but there was some kind of like employee contract going on. Yeah, maybe the promotion. You get promoted from a salary of $0 to some dollars, or Geso, Splatoon coins, whatever they're called. Also, yeah, I wanted to mention, so this is another example of the art style being kind of like cartoony. Like, obviously, I mean, there's the giant octopus on the mountain, which is like, is this natural? Is this a sculpture? I don't know exactly, but if you just like look at the cliffs, you know, like they look more almost like Mario Bros. U-esque, you know, where it's like, it's not really trying to sell it as like a realistic environment. It's just, you know, obviously this whole place is meant to be a lot more abstract and weird than Inkopolis. But the cliffs and the waterfalls, I just love like looking out. There's also just like this fog, like you can see in the air, there's just kind of this like fog effect. It's more obvious in other places. Yeah, it's just really nice. It's just a nice touch. It adds this kind of like dusty feeling to the whole area. What happens if you jump off? You just die like normal, just the normal out of bounds death. Yeah, I guess there's no respawn animation. You just appear. But yeah, it's non-canon, I suppose. Agent 3 wouldn't do that. Yeah, I just love like the blocks. Like, it's a weird thing to describe, but you know, for the most part, like I know a big complaint from some lore people is like, you know, the floating platform gameplay. And it's more referring to like the levels themselves, not the hubs. But you know, rather than really feeling like we're exploring the Octarian domes, we're kind of just on these weird floating blocky video game platforms above the domes. And like, I agree with that on some level. I think it would be really cool if we had an entire game that was like a full fleshed out environments, because when we get them, like at like the start of Octo Expansion, you know, it feels really cool, and there's all these little details everywhere, and it's crazy. And it's, you know, it does feel like if there was just a bigger scope and budget for the single player part of Splatoon, maybe we could see a game that is that fleshed out and detailed. But as far as this area, there's something about the blocky video game-ness of it that I just really like. Like, especially Area 5. Like, I don't know, it feels more intentional. Like, it's just supposed to be a bunch of floating blocks, and it is, you know, they're kind of like weird like sci-fi blocks. They're not just like concrete like a bunch of Alterna. So like, you know, there's all these weird little like suction cup type designs, and like, I don't know, there's something about this area that's just so pleasant to me. Like, this is my, like, you know, Peach's Castle from Mario 64. Like, this is just a whole world I can just endlessly explore and just like vibe and enjoy. So yeah, I do like, oh sorry, someone asked about number 3 Etude earlier. It's really good. I do really love how it tries to like contextualize the floating platforms as like scaffolding. And just the fact that they can just go there, like, if they wanted to, like, because we see these, like, cities, you know, at the bottom of the domes. And, you know, obviously there's Octarians on the levels themselves, so you assume that there's some way for them to get up there. But yeah, I love, like, hearing about them just going. It felt like something straight out of, like, you know, not that I've read like a ton of Splatoon fan fiction, but it felt very like fan, you know, interpretation of the domes in a way I really like. Yeah, like it's not a thing where for me it's like disappointing that we didn't get it. It's just something I would hope to see more about the Octarian domes, like, or just more, you know, fleshed out environments in the games. But yeah, again, like, I don't know, just the visuals. Like, despite this game literally not even, I think it's 720p. I think it's literally not even like, you know, HD by modern standards, but like, I don't know, just the lighting. I don't know if this just doesn't, like, I'm easily impressed by graphical fidelity on like a technical level, but just like on a, you know, something about just light reflecting off like surfaces like this is just so satisfying to me. And I just, I could just turn the camera and just enjoy doing like this and like just looking around. I don't know, we're taking this so slow. So I mean, you guys are still here, so I assume this is entertaining enough, and we're just chilling. But yeah, I know I'm really taking this so slow. Oh, something that actually just occurred to me. This couch is the same as the seat that came out of that UFO at the start. And in fact, let me see. There's a concept for it, or there's a drawing of it in the art book. Maybe show you guys. I have to navigate to the thing in the art book, so you just have to give me a second. Here. Boom. So there's that UFO, and you can see in the middle is that exact design. You actually see the button and the wire draped over. If you look at that one on the bottom, it's that exact design. So this is like, oh, okay, well, hang on. So it's like this couch, you know, there's a little bit of a story here. This is like, oh, that actually doesn't reset the ink, but you know, Cuttlefish supposedly like salvaged this couch from like, a like crashed Octarian UFO or something. So that's kind of cool. It's a neat little bit of environmental storytelling. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, because this is very fun for me. Oh, was I? Sorry, I don't know if I left it on for too long, but anyway. So yeah, also something else I wanted to talk about, actually. So, right, I have some images pulled up. So, there's two things about Octo Valley that are cool. First of all, there's like this junk aesthetic. So like this is some concept art from the book. You know, it's very like, you know, kind of junkyard vibes. You know, and it's supposed to be like the remnants of human society. So we learn from the, you know, the art book manga thing that the humans made the domes in Octo Valley to like survive, you know, the world and the World War and the flood and everything. And then, you know, 12,000 years later, the Octarians, you know, upon losing the war, were like exiled from the surface and ended up taking refuge in the domes. So all of their technology is supposed to be like, you know, repurposed human tech basically, and like human junk, which is really cool, by the way. Like I it's something I feel like I wish they leaned into it more in the future games, because I feel like the tech has become kind of like, you know, if you think of like in Octo Expansion, it's very like sleek and futuristic and like refined, and I like the idea that that was like Tardar combining its human, you know, its knowledge of human tech with the Octarian tech. But I do love this kind of like, you know, junk aesthetic, the like scrap, you know, technology aesthetic. And obviously they were meant to be more like aliens. Like Octarian is supposed to be, you know, like Octo Alien, basically. So this is another thing from the art book where it's like very explicitly, you know, giant UFO that they're coming down from and like invading. And this is something this campaign we'll see later on, because the Octarians do actually invade Inkopolis with UFOs like several times. Like the Octo Striker levels, they're literally on a UFO in Inkopolis. So they really are portrayed much more like, you know, this literal alien force coming and invading the city. So just something to keep in mind, I guess. But yeah, let's actually go into the first level now. 50 minutes into the stream. I I'm glad this is so fun for me. I'm actually going way more in depth than I thought I was going to, but I'm really liking this. So I hope you guys are having fun. So yeah, this. What do I have to say about this place? Well, first of all, it's gameplay wise, I think this is the best tutorial in any Splatoon game. Splatoon 2's tutorial is just like kind of just feels like a worse version of this level. In a lot of ways, and Splatoon 3's, it takes so long. Like, well, okay, I'll go ahead and jump over here. Look how quickly you get into the action in Splatoon 1. Boom, you land on the level, there's an enemy. Splatoon 3, it takes like 5 minutes into the game, which doesn't sound like that much, but you know, all things considered, if I was just mashing through that text and jumped into the first level, I would have fought that enemy like, you know, like 50 seconds into the game. It takes so long to even just fight the first enemy in Splatoon 3. I feel like the game babies you way more than it needs to at the beginning. Also, this song is so distinct. I feel like even among all of the other weird Octarian music, this song still like, it just evokes this vibe that no other single player music really ever captured again, I think. Like, it's distinct from all the other songs in this game. In a way, you know, I don't exactly know how to explain it, but I really, really like it. I just, I don't know, it's weird, because when I first played Splatoon 1, the thing I kept thinking was like, oh, this is like the Blob. And I remember this song somehow kind of reminded me, it gave me like the Blob vibes. I think it's like this part, kind of specifically, the like, It doesn't really sound like the Blob music at all, but just the calmer parts of the Blob music. I don't know. I remember it evoking similar energy. Obviously, the, you know, splattering paint everywhere also did. But yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, this is the first game in the series. Like, I don't know. I played Splatoon when I was 13, so like, you know, I had, you know, some experience with games at that point, obviously. I wasn't like completely clueless, but like, I think this tutorial does a great job of teaching you, and it's way more efficient than Splatoon 3's. So, obviously, you know, I'm biased as someone who has started since the first game, so I don't want the tutorial to be super long, but I'm just not a fan of how Splatoon 3 does it. Yeah, it's just weird, because like, it feels so slow, and then you get into Alterna, and it's like, okay, here's just like, basically every platforming gimmick in the game at once. And I don't really get why it does that, because then it just reintroduces them in their own levels later, so I'm just not a fan of how Splatoon 3 starts, but this is Splatoon 1, so we'll get there later. Another gameplay thing. Shielded Octo Troopers in this game are literally just invincible from the front. They made these shields destructible in later games, and, you know, I kind of get why. I mean, I don't know. It basically just allows you to brute force through the game without actually learning the most efficient way to go through, which I guess is fine, because effectively all that does is make it more accessible while still allowing, you know, players who are skilled at the game to play more efficiently. But, you know, as someone who likes there to be challenge, I prefer them like this, where the shields are just indestructible, and you actually have to, you know, use the bomb to distract them. Yeah, I mean, Octo Expansion music is great too, but it's a very different feeling. Every time I play this level, I normally just kind of speed run through it, so it's it's interesting to go this slowly. These like concrete walls. Yeah, so another thing I would like to bring up is just the way the levels are decorated and designed visually. Like, yes, this is extremely video gamey. Like, it's very, you know, it still is very much just like platform to platform, kind of like, oh, like Mario Galaxy 2-esque is how a lot of people compared it at first, because, you know, these would be like the launch stars, launch pads. But still, you know, they're designed like the rooftops of skyscrapers. There's this huge, like, you know, billboard and whatever. And in general, what we'll see in a lot of levels is much more like organic design for the environments. Like, it's still floating platform gameplay, but compared to Alterna and even Octo Expansion, you know, they still feel like they're more like floating little pocket-sized environments than just literally floating platforms. Also, there's our first sunken scroll of the game. Of course, they're hidden in the levels in Splatoon 1 and 2. Oh, see you, Natalie. yeah, this VOD will be up as usual, so feel free to watch it later. Yeah, I mean, again, like the Alterna overworld, I think is great at capturing the vibe it's supposed to, but I don't know. I mean, you know, I never really actually thought too deeply about that, but you're totally right. Like these skyscrapers are probably like, you know, I mean, they are like floating weirdly, which is probably the Octarians doing, but these very well could have been like, or made by humans, or at least like similar structures. Because you figure if they're underground, I mean, 12,000 years is 12,000 years. I don't really know how long a skyscraper could last, but without like weather, you know, like, I don't know, like it's not like we've tried building a skyscraper underground in real life. So yeah, maybe these are like supposed to be kind of, you know, either literally made by humans or directly inspired by human stuff. Weirdly, you do see a lot of Inkling brands and stuff around. Like there's Firefin. This probably isn't the best place to view them, but that does feel like just kind of not necessarily an oversight. Yeah, there's some more brands, but it's like, I don't know why there's Inkling stuff here besides, you know, the devs just having a bunch of graffiti textures that they wanted to use to decorate the levels. It may just be an aspect of it being, you know, Splatoon 1, and them not maybe having the world building fully fleshed out yet, but yeah, something kind of interesting. Yeah, and there's a few levels, like I don't want to sell Alterna too short, because there's some levels that look fantastic. I just think it's like the general, there's so many of them that just don't. There's so many of them just look really, really boring and generic and video gamey. Yeah, Zapfish. These are cool. I really like the design of them, honestly, like, because it is kind of, you know, morbid, like they're literally, it's actually, they're like, yeah, they like are literally like writhing in pain, it looks like, from the electricity being drawn out of the whiskers. So, yeah, obviously, you know, lots of stuff in this game in terms of like, you know, we aren't necessarily the good guys any more than the Octarians. But yeah, I don't know. I've never noticed that detail before of them. Yeah, like they literally look like they are like in pain. I also really like the detail. I'm not 100% sure if it's in the Japanese, but at least in the English version of the Zapfish mem cake, Agent 8 talks about how they do feel bad for them. You know, like they see them in the domes and they're, you know, being used to their power, but Agent 8 wishes they could just, you know, free them. I love that it says onward on the screen, by the way. I love that. I don't know. It's just a little touch, but it's like, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say about it. I just like that it says onward. Hello, Pearl, welcome. Yeah, the dynamic music is really cool too. I don't notice it that much in Splatoon, but it is, like, if you're looking out for it, you definitely hear it. But yeah, so there it says, the entire city of Inkopolis is powered by a single 100-year-old great Zapfish. And if I'm not mistaken, I think in Japanese it just says, like, Inkopolis Plaza is powered by it. But yeah, cool art. It's interesting that they have the deity statues there. I don't know if that suggests that, like, I mean, it would make sense, I guess, that they would revere the, you know, great Zapfish almost like a god. Just, it's literally a giant floating creature that powers, I don't know. I guess that makes sense, but that's cool. Yeah, no, for sure an Octoling Rendezvous and Tornado Shuffle, or Inkstrike Shuffle is the official name. I know some songs by, like, you know, their old unofficial translation names, but yeah, Inkstrike Shuffle is very obvious too. When did you start? I started an hour ago. I don't know if we're making it through today, to be honest, the whole game. I mean, I'm gonna have a lot less to say once we get into just, you know, the typical level. I think anyway. I've already had a lot more to say than I thought I would. The final potato, I think it's implied that the Splatsville Zapfish is different. but I'm pretty sure the plaza and the square one is the same, because in Splatoon 2 you can see Inkopolis Tower and you don't see the Great Zapfish on it. So that would seem to suggest it's the same one, but yeah. Oh yeah, Octoballs. So another thing, actually, before we get that, also I love this highway thing. This is they really love these highway assets. I think they use these in, like, I'm not sure if they're an Octo expansion, but they're definitely in Splatoon 2, and I'm pretty sure they're also in Alterna. They really like these highways. They're in a lot of the levels if you look out for them. Also, yeah, balloonfish. I like these. I don't have too much to say, but they're designed like a pufferfish and a balloon, which is cool. I like the way they look. Also, you only ever have to hit them once. I imagine that's pretty common knowledge. I see lots of people, you know, like, shoot at them, because you get multiple hit markers if you keep shooting them, but you only have to deal a single point of damage to them. Same goes for Marina's hyper bombs in the Nil statue fight. But not the hyper bombs on MC Princess Diaries. Those require a bunch of damage. Yeah, Black Doom put all the highways here. Also, another thing, if you just look at the design of this level, something I really like about Octo Valley as a whole, there's way more emphasis on verticality. Like, what was I gonna say? Like, alternate levels just don't look like this. They will never take you, like, from that low down to this high up, like, barely ever, unless that's, like, the entire point of the level. And just generally, Splatoon 1 has this kind of, like, staircase type design, where, like, every segment of level will start low and go high, because the major mechanic of the game is climbing walls, so it makes sense. And for some reason, I feel like they just de-emphasize that a lot less in other games. Also, Octoballs. Yeah. You have to submerge them in ink before you're able to kill them, which I feel like I remember that confusing me a lot. Like, I probably just didn't read Cuttlefish's dialogue there, but, yeah, these do not return in any other game. There are Octo Discos in Splatoon 3, which look like Octo Balls but Disco Balls, and they generate the big bubbler shields. But Octo Balls just on their own never appear after Splatoon 1. There are sanitized versions of them that can be seen in the belly phase in Octo Expansion, but they don't actually appear as enemies in gameplay. The chat delay is more a thing of, like, I don't know, it's weird, because I'm using, like, a widget for the chat, obviously, and, it just gets delayed sometimes. I can't really tell you why. I don't know. Yeah, I like that Octoballs are meant to teach you to, like, you know, have ink under your opponent's feet, but, you know, I get that there's not really too many uses for them. This is a squeegee. They suck up ink. I'm pretty sure they appear in every game. I can't picture them in Alterna. I'm not 100% they actually are in Alterna. This is another example of just, like, organic design that I really like. It's like, because you're just walking on this grate, and obviously this is, you know, a secret meant to show you can slip through grates, but, like, you know, it's just cool that it's, like, alongside this, like, office building. Wow, there's more of that suction cup design. That's cool. I didn't notice that it was there. I think we just go through the grate here, right? Okay. I was gonna say, there's lots of these secrets throughout Octo Valley where you'll, like, drop to a lower platform, and the launch pad will just put you straight through the floor. Like, you'll just go straight through a wall or a floor, and they just will not care. So, that one you at least go through the grate, which makes sense. Oh, okay, knocked it off. But yeah, again, this is something, I think, with Splatoon 3's tutorial, again, that bothers me. Like, here they really want you to, like, get the hang of climbing walls. And Splatoon 3 just so rarely actually forces you to climb walls, and it's just kind of strange. Like big walls. There, you know, we did clip through the wall there, but that wasn't too egregious of an example. I like that this one carries the armor, by the way. I don't think they ever have squeegees, like, carry things ever again. Unless they're, you know, giant squeegees. I'm not sure if the lights did match the music or if that was just a coincidence. Because it looked like they did for a second, but then I think they're just kind of flickering. But yeah, even like, I love these big things. I don't know. I just love how, I mean, this level specifically is about like verticality and climbing, but in general, I like how much Splatoon 1 uses the mechanic. I mean, I guess that's true. They don't use them in multiplayer either, so it wasn't as important to teach to the player, but, you know. Let me see if I missed anything I was going to talk about yet. Nope, okay. I did have some notes. I had some stuff prepared. Again, like, comparing this to Alterna design, like, it's not a thing that, like, makes sense. But for me, it's like, I don't care that much if it makes sense as long as it's cool. And there's just so much more, like, detail here. And again, like, I should say before someone points this out, obviously, this game has 27 levels and 5 bosses. Alterna has, like, 70-something levels. And the same goes for Octo Expansion, where they have way more missions, so obviously they aren't going to be able to squeeze as many visual details into each thing. Like, assuming they're around the same scope. Obviously, Splatoon 3 is a little bit greater in scope in terms of, like, you know, presentation and the cutscenes and everything. But, like, in Alterna, this would just be, like, a concrete cube with a rectangle and a rectangle. And here, they just add all this other stuff. And I just feel like it adds so much charm. And like, there's always these wires dangling under the platforms. Like, it just makes it more visually interesting. It doesn't even like make that much lore sense. I mean, to be honest, the explanation we do have for how the UFOs work is that they took human air conditioners and made the fans spin so fast that they could make things float. And we do actually see like some air conditioners here and on the bottom there. Obviously, they're not like animated or doing anything, but technically there is some attempt to explain the floating platform there, which is cool. You know, it's just kind of cool to look out for. Yeah, Splatoon 3. I mean, again, I don't want to spend the whole time just complaining about Splatoon 3. 3 Octo Balls are about to spawn. Hello. But this is something specifically that really does kind of irk me. And even just like that, like just connecting, literally just connecting it physically to a background element. I don't know, it just does a lot to make it feel more fleshed out, even though it still doesn't quite, you know, make sense, or like, you know, it doesn't feel like a lived-in environment, but it feels like an environment and not just a level. I guess that's kind of what it comes down to me. Here we have a first cannon. Not really much to say about these. Obviously, these got used in, well, there's a different version of them for Salmon Run, but yeah, they're pretty straightforward in single player. Don't have much to add. Yeah. And that, see, like, we don't get many vertical challenges. Like, genuinely, the only, like, wall climbing challenge I can think of in the entirety of Splatoon 3 is after Alterna. So, I like those, and I wish we had more of them. I'm not 100% if the cannons definitely appear in Splatoon 2 and Octo Expansion. I'm not 100% if they're in Alterna. Yeah, the individual caves in which we live are connected by a network of transport devices known as kettles. So, kettles are interesting. I've talked with some lore people about kettles a bit because I didn't really ever know what to make of them, because I sort of figured the like implied canon was that they were just like connected by like pipes to the domes, but you know, the visual effect kind of implies it's more like teleportation. And obviously it is a kettle, and when you enter it, you see, you know, your color ink being spewed out in gaseous form. So like, is the inkling being turned into a gas when you enter a kettle? I'm not quite sure. I don't know if Nintendo knows either, but it is kind of interesting. It looks more like teleportation than just like, you know, pushing you through a pipe quickly or whatever. Yeah, Fallen Angel. Well, music, I like alternative music. I definitely think this game has a very distinct flavor of music that makes it stand out more, but music is for sure more of a debatable point, I think. Japanese name for kettle is transfer machine. Okay. That doesn't tell us much more, but it does sound a bit more like teleportation, I guess. Yeah, so I don't have too much to say about this level. I do like the, tree theming. You know, again, it just feels like, I mean, that's the thing with Splatoon 1, is like, even when the decorations are still very video gamey, there's always, like, a theme. There is some kind of visual theme that ties everything together. Which is not present in a lot of Alterna levels. It's like the skybox is really all you have to work with. And some themes are reused. Like, there's probably another level in this game that uses a lot of these same tree assets. But a lot of them are, I think, unique. Or at least, you know, they use them in a different enough way that it feels unique. Also, yeah, Splatoon 1 Inksuka. Basically no startup lag, and I think it might last longer than the multiplayer version, I'm not sure. Go. Also, yeah, Splatoon 1 asks you to do a lot bigger jumps. Like, that's not, like, difficult, but, like, Splatoon 2 and 3 rarely ask you to jump, like, this far, for whatever reason. And I like the, you know, I don't know, it's just like a subtle game design thing, but I feel like I like the tension that you get from jumping this far. I think it feels nicer to have to do more risky feeling jumps, I think. Yeah, well, because it's, you know, when they balance a special in multiplayer, they don't change it in single player. So it was nerfed in Splatoon 1. Inksuka actually has more startup lag in Splatoon 1 than it does in Splatoon 3, fun fact. But in single player, it is pre-nerf. So yeah, I mean, gameplay-wise, this level's pretty basic. It's just moving platforms and octocopters. Then we end with the Octo Bomber, which is like an evolution of the flying enemy. I've been talking mostly about just like vibes and aesthetics and stuff, but like I do genuinely just love the game design of this campaign. I think the levels, I made that whole video a long time ago, and that video is flawed for a number of reasons, I think, but I like my analysis of Splatoon 1. I hold pretty firmly all the opinions I expressed in that video. It's a very clear example of 4-step level design. I think it's very heavily inspired by Mario 3D Land and World, and I love the execution. It's an extremely satisfying game to play and to replay endlessly for me. How many fruits can we actually see? Well, the fruit lore page is next to the concept art for Kelp Dome. So I always assumed it was stuff that appeared in Kelp Dome. I'm not sure how much of it, if any, appears in single player. From what you could find, the ink cannon doesn't appear in 3. Interesting. I mean, not that surprising, to be honest, but cool to know. Yeah, Splatoon 2 single player, you always have to use 1.0 Tentamissiles, and they take like 10 years to fire. That always feels weird. Yeah. Was that a long time ago? It was like over a year ago, I think. But yeah, this is interesting. This never really got explained. This seems to be an Octarian assault vehicle, but it doesn't appear to have an engine. The big question then, how does it move? It's frighteningly clear that the source of Octarian power lies outside the realm of established science. So this might just be like propaganda. This might just be the Inklings being stupid, or lying. I'm not really sure what the implication is here, because it's clearly not written from an Octarian perspective. Something with the research notes that I should say is, like, in Splatoon 1, it's sometimes hard to tell if it's meant to be, like... It's not exactly clear who this narrator is, right? It's just research notes. And a lot of the time, it sounds almost more like, you know, the Nintendo Squid Research Lab than like Agent 3 or Cuttlefish. Like there's the one scroll about like prawns, and it's like, this looks like that one shopkeeper. Could creatures of the past have eaten these or whatever? So I mean, it's not quite like, you know, human perspective, but it's like, it sounds weird. You know, it doesn't quite sound like a canon narrator necessarily. That sounds like some Deltarune type stuff, but yeah, just something to think about, because it's something I feel like Splatoon 2 and 3 feel a lot more like in universe with the scrolls, whereas Splatoon 1 kind of almost feels more like an omniscient, you know, like perspective sometimes. There's at least one Splatoon 2 occurrence of square fruits on a tree. Okay. Octo Stomp. Of course, the most reoccurring boss in the series. And I believe we can hear the fabled boss screams. We can. So yeah, I think there was a lot of misinformation about like where these actually appear. I'm assuming most of you guys probably know about the boss screams, but in case you don't, there are these weird, disturbing sound effects that can be heard in the boss rooms of Splatoon 1 and 2. I'm not sure exactly where they appear in Splatoon 2, but in Splatoon 1, I believe it's the first, second, and third boss, but not the fourth, because the arena is built in a way where it has like its own kind of ambiance. But yeah, we can hear them better after the fight, so we'll just go ahead and go in. I like the theory that the sounds have some relation to the Deep Sea Metro, but I don't feel like it's canon. I don't know, like, they could retroactively have made that made sense, but the thing about the boss screams is that, I don't know, when they were asked about it in an interview, I forget exactly which dev it was, but they were basically, I'm not sure if it was either Nogami or Anoi, I feel like. I want to say it was Nogami. But he was basically just like, oh, what? I haven't heard about those screams. That's weird. I'll check out the game when I go back home. And I don't know if that was him being like cheeky and just being like, oh, it's a weird mystery, I don't know. Or if like he literally didn't know and some dev just like put that into the game. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing, hang on, okay. There's something funny you can do with Octo Stomp that I'm setting up at the moment. Let me see if I can get this before I say anything else. Where are you going? It might have to be when he's doing the like look around animation. I'm not sure where he's trying to go right now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, like, so, but yeah, to address the boss screams, basically, I don't know if they're canon. I don't know if they're canon at all, and if they are canon, it's still dubious that the connection to Commander Tartar was intentional. Shoot. And if you're wondering what I'm trying to do, by the way, you're able to get on top of Octo Stomp without him actually being stunned, and it's just sort of funny. So I'm gonna try and do it really quick. It shouldn't be too hard here. I think you want to have the feet inked, and then during this animation, ooh, there we go, there we go. Yeah, there we go. This is just a dumb thing you can do. There's no reason to do it, but yeah. In case you haven't seen this before. You can, wrangle the Octo Stomp. Well, I think the common theory is that it's, like, the screams are people being blended, I guess. You also hear train noises, like train crossing sound effects. So, supposedly, you know, obviously the Deep Sea Metro, would be what you are hearing, but I just feel like it's a little too, it is weirdly coincidental that you hear screams and trains, I guess, but I don't know, I can't imagine that they, like, intentionally thought, like, you know, let's make these things because of these weird sound effects we put in the first game. Anyway, I'll fight the boss like normal. I didn't realize you could stand there for that long. I thought he knocked you off. But yeah, very simple but fun boss. I enjoy this one. Yeah, like, I am confident they definitely did not, like, plan to have the Blender or a train campaign this far back. Like, I think if it was intentional at all, it was, like, a retroactive thing of, like, hey, this makes sense with those weird sound effects. Like, I definitely do not think they had it planned that far ahead. I mean, DJ Octavio in this game is amazing. The other bosses, yeah. For me, Octo Stomp is easy but fun. I think Octo Whirl is the only one that I'm really... Well, okay, Octo Nozzle is also too easy. Not like too easy, but, you know, not as fun to replay. Oh my god. Yeah, Octo Nozzle and Octo Whirl, but I really enjoy Octo Maw. I also don't upgrade my hero shot when I play normally, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Yeah. I mean, before Octo Expansion, the theory was that it's just the sounds of Octarian society collapsing. Because, you know, they're in an energy crisis. Here, let me turn up the volume a little bit. Yeah, Octobot King is an incredible boss fight. Wait for us to hear... So yeah, it's just kind of these loud clanking noises. There's like a moan. I mean, yeah, it's like, it's genuinely disturbing. I'm gonna wait for the train sound. There it is. So yeah, that's fun. Again, like, I don't know if it's, like, even really meant to be fully canon. I mean, the thing is, it's in Splatoon 2. I think if the, like, you know, art director, if Seisa Noi didn't want the screams to be in the game, I don't think they would have let them slip through a second time. So, like, I do feel like Splatoon 2 retroactively, like, means, like, the screams are canon, but, like, what they actually mean, I think, yeah, I think it's just meant to be really ambiguous. So yeah. One thing you would like to uncanon? Huge Fry. Huge Fry over Grizz, honestly, because Huge Fry is more unexplainable. Grizz, you could come up with some bullshit. I don't know how you explain Huge Fry. Hello, Tori. So again, he's much more piratey. He says Avast. He would not say Avast in, like, Octo Expansion or Splatoon 3. But yeah. Avast, they have the great octo weapons on their side. At any rate, good work, Agent 3. Keep it up, it's a long road to the great Zapfish. Also, something I didn't mention, there's no dialogue in any of the boss fights in this game except the final boss. For some reason, Cuttlefish just does not say anything while you're fighting the great octo weapons. I don't really know why. Like, maybe they just thought it would be distracting or something, but every other game, you know, then has dialogue while you're fighting the boss. Also, yeah, we get blueprints from Amosis Schellendorf, which is cool. One of the members of the new Squidbeak Splatoon, and we actually, you know, you can give these to Sheldon, who is the grandson of Amosis, and you get a multiplayer weapon, so that's cool. Pearl being bad at Turf War? Is that I feel like that's a Nintendo of America localization thing anyway. I don't know that for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. Because most of the, like, Marina making fun of Pearl stuff just does not exist in Japanese at all. Oh yeah, custom. I always forget what the weapons are. I know one of them is Dynamo. I think one of them is the Silver Arrow Spray. Custom Junior. And is E-Leader the last one, I want to say? I'm not 100% on that. Also, anyone familiar with the speedrun of this game? So we just cleared Area 1, which is 3 levels and a boss. Most of the other areas are 6 levels and a boss. There are 5 areas total. But in the speedrun, I believe they do Area 1 and Area 5. because there's a particular trick you can do here. There was World 4 skip. Actually, I think World 4 skip still exists, because this is world here. Okay, there's a cutscene here. Yeah. But basically, this is world 4 right here. So I can't do this trick, and I'm not going to do this because I want to play the whole game, but there's a weird momentum glitch you can do with this ink rail. I think you can do it with any ink rail, but this is the only place it's really useful. I'm pretty sure, it might be the only one in the run. I'm not actually 100% sure on that, but at least here it's the most useful one. You can do a weird thing where you like store momentum at the base of the ink rail, and then you do like this super jump. You throw a splat bomb, and then you pause the game while you're in midair, because while you're paused, bombs are still active and will still explode. So basically you can freeze yourself in midair, throw the bomb before the pausing stops you from dying pretty much. So you allow the bomb to explode, and you can actually activate a kettle all the way over there in World 4. And as soon as you activate a kettle, you can super jump to it, even if you haven't completed the level. That's true for every Splatoon game and is used all throughout all of the speedruns. But because you can do that, you can literally skip from World 1 to 4, and because World 4 skip has been a thing forever, you can then skip World 4 and go straight to World 5. So you actually only have to play 9 levels and 2 bosses out of the 27 levels and 5 bosses you normally would have to. So it's kind of cool. Oh yeah, sorry, it's because World 4 isn't loaded. Yeah, it's some manipulation, it's some combination of both things, but yeah, it's you have to get close enough that World 4 actually loads in the kettles. Yeah, thank you. I don't have a particular order. I know that they're literally numbered, but I guess we'll just start from here. Propeller lift playground. So, I always talk about propeller lifts. I really like propeller lifts, but I always make fun of the one in Alterna, because I just think it's like the most generic level. It's not actually the worst one. I did a ranking, for anyone who didn't hear me say before, I literally ranked every single Splatoon level. I'll probably make it into a video at some point. And there were levels lower than it. But, yeah. The Splatoon 3 propeller level is just... I don't know why we're still just doing generic propeller lift levels in 2022. But anyway, so another thing about this, you know, we talked about like there's the junk aesthetic, the junkyard stuff, the alien stuff, but also kind of with that, there's just this more like industrial feel to a lot of Splatoon 1. There's like these cranes and these, you know, metal sheets, and like valves and stuff. So this is another level aesthetic that we just don't really see anymore, and that I really like. It works really well in this game. So also notice this propeller lift. Like, again, I don't just want to be nitpicking Alterna stuff, but in Splatoon 3 and I mean, Octo Expansion even kind of does this sometimes, but like, you know, they just replace all of these unique assets with just generic, like, concrete Mario Maker blocks. Like, this propeller lift has, like, rocket boosters and, like, wires and, like, a valve and pipes, and, like, there's just so much more visually going on here, while still being extremely simple gameplay-wise. Like, you obviously know what this thing does just by looking at it. And I don't get why this kind of stuff has just been so oversimplified in the you know, it's just weird. Here it feels like a fully fleshed out, like, final asset, whereas in Alterna I feel like it feels like the, like, placeholder asset. And I just don't understand why that's the case. I literally would have rather them just copy-pasted from this game. But yeah. Yeah, no, I love the, like, reverse position, Kale. Yeah. Sound design, I love the sound design here. Oh, sorry, it's just, I have to back read chat a bit here. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get why they didn't lock multiplayer stuff behind the single player, because some people just want to play PvP, and that could be kind of annoying if it was, like, you know, significant. So, I sort of get why they stopped doing that. Yeah, Fallen Angel, I did a whole video talking about why I don't think, Splatoon 4 would be in the past, and why I hope there's not, like, time travel or anything. So, I guess I would recommend watching that. But yeah, I could see it being kind of like a soft reboot story-wise, but not like actually going into the past. Like I think it will still be a continuation of the Splatoon timeline, and will just be like about the past. Yeah, I think they're gonna keep paralleling like real time. I sounded like Nicolini for a second. Did I say his Nicolini? Nicolini? I don't know how you say his name. Interesting. Also, here is a case. This is for sure one where you just clip straight through the terrain and they just don't care. Yeah, just like, okay. We can just do that, I guess. We're just clipping through the level. And that's like, that is a thing where I kind of wish they took the time to just extend the platform a little bit so you could like jump over this and then it would like look nicer, but I also think it's kind of funny. Oh, this is cool. This is like being held up by the crane, but yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't think it will actually take place in the past. This is another case, like if you just look at this shot, like, again, if you look over the edge, it's like, yeah, this is just a floating platform. They just put water in a box and it's still just a floating island, but like it almost looks like a real environment if you like get the right angle. And it's like, yeah, it, it looks nice, it looks cool. Also, yeah, I mentioned this just a bit ago, but when I play through this game, I typically don't like to upgrade the hero shot because enemies become surprisingly tanky if you don't. And, you know, just because I've replayed the game so many times, I like there to be a bit more challenge, so. I probably will, as usual, not upgrade it in this playthrough. Yeah, I mean, at least with Salmon Run, it's like they just fade out the camera, so it's like, just don't pay too close attention to where you're headed. But yeah, they have gotten better with the levels, not just, you know, sending you straight through the walls at least. Oh yeah, there's like the little particle effect of, I can't tell if that it's maybe just meant to be like dust. Oh no, you're right, yeah, there's like falling sand. Oh, that's cool. I actually did not notice that. Yeah, that sells the idea of it actually being in a cave. Actually, yeah, obviously, there's literally a cave ceiling. This isn't even like a full dome. This one is like actually fully like deteriorated. It's actually really cool. God, why are the skyboxes so good in Splatoon 1 compared to the other games? With Alterna, I like when any background that isn't just the concrete one. Just the, you know, which we'll get there. We'll get there when because I plan to do this with Alterna too. And I'll bring up the art book stuff, because they have like concepts for like what they wanted it to look like, and I just think it wasn't really realized in the full game. But yeah. Yeah, I was expecting this to be like, well, I don't know. I was at least worried that no one would really care about this, and I feel like this is way more popular than my normal streams. Either way, I'm glad you guys are here. This is fun. Okay, the inverted city skybox is really cool, but there's just no like lore for it. Like, it looks really cool. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on that, because it's not like there's like super solid lore for any of the Octo expansion skyboxes, besides them just, you know, being in the deep sea, but they just, I don't know. I feel like if you have a giant, like, infinite looking city in like Alterna, I just wish there was like some kind of actual like elaboration or lore on what that was. Like, I think that's my problem with Alterna, is they just focus on making things look cool, but they don't actually make any sense. Or they look bad. So, yeah. Which level was the one number 3 of 2 took place in? It's almost definitely, Kettle 17 from Octo Canyon. Someone actually left a comment. I didn't realize that myself. Someone left a comment on one of my videos that told me that, and I went in and looked, and like, it makes the most sense. Like, the levels actually look a bit like scaffolding, like how they just describe it, and there's like the fence and the road signs and stuff. I don't think you can line it up exactly with the photo of Marina and Oct, but like it looks a lot like that area. Anyway, yes, Department of Energy has announced that further declines in the availability of electric power are likely to occur in the near future. With the underground domes also deteriorating rapidly, the future does not look bright. So cool fact about this, oh, I missed, no, I did level 6, I'm stupid. I thought I missed some, we just haven't been there yet. A number of Splatoon 1 scrolls actually appear in the photo of the classroom all the way in side order, which is really, really cool. I really love that they, you know, actually thought to reference that. They actually put like especially the scroll that's like talking about the Inklings and it's like propaganda. They literally have that up on the wall in the classroom along with this one, which makes sense because it's like a newspaper clipping. So that's really cool. I like how they, you know, have that consistency there. Oh, hi, you're here. Do you have any, I think you're just tutorials. That hero suit really suits you. So warm here, makes me want to take a nap. I've not read this dialogue probably like since 2016. I may be old and crusty now, but I used to be quite the looker. That look in your eye reminds me of carefree bygone days. Resting my brain. Okay. Yeah, not the most interesting dialogue from Cuttlefish in this game, but... What do you think of the deep cut graduation song? It's funny. I don't have I don't have much to say about it, but it's funny. It's cute. I wouldn't say that Fallen Angel. Especially multiplayer wise. I mean, obviously there are things about Splatoon 1 multiplayer I still really love, and I think it does do the best. But I think Splatoon 3 multiplayer is great. I don't have a lot of the complaints other people have. Like, it's mostly just the maps that bother me. And single player wise, personally, Return of the Mammalians is my least favorite. But Octo Expansion was amazing, so it hasn't been like a consistent trend, you know, upward or downward. But yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say the quality has declined. I just think, at least in the visual design of single player levels, again though, it's not a trend though, because Octo Expansion looks amazing. So yeah, I don't know. There's highs and lows. Yeah, rolling on area 2, Gooberling. Taking our sweet time. Also, I like the use of ink rails. I like this long one, because then like Cuttlefish starts talking to you. Yeah, wow, I really know this game too well. But yeah, something about ink rails. I haven't mentioned this yet, but yeah, they're bouncy in this game. They got rid of the bounciness. I assume because, you know, for multiplayer reasons, like, it would be, like, especially where they're, like, super bouncy in the middle. I don't think it wouldn't work. I just, you know, with lag and aim and hitboxes and things, like, I guess that's probably why they just made them, you know, more rigid. But for single player, I wish they kept them bouncy. I definitely like the bouncy ones. Yeah, in most cases, Splatoon 3's multiplayer is an upgrade. I will say, like, because for me it's not just the map like layouts, it is like, you know, the maps aesthetically too, I think. But I think those go hand in hand. Like, I think a well-designed map, most people would agree, you know, incorporates aesthetics well, while also having, you know, interesting movement and mechanics. But yeah. Other than that, for sure, Splatoon 3 is fantastic multiplayer experience. So I guess, oh, is there one of the TVs here? Or is that, oh, the sign is just flickering. This is another weird little detail. I think this sign appears a number of times throughout the campaign, but yeah, you actually get to see some, like, you know, examples of the energy failing, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of surprising that they even have a sign like this during an energy crisis, but yeah, I don't know, kind of neat. That one Matt Brawley tweet? I don't know if I know what you mean. There's a good chance I've seen it, but I don't recognize the name. I don't have a... I wouldn't say they like to rush. A deep cut is my least favorite because of their writing. But their designs are cool. Yeah, it depends on the roller. Like, I think, you know, Splatoon 1 Dynamo is easily the best version, but, the vertical flick is nice on some of the others. Here's a nice case where they put a hole in the middle so the launch pad actually sends you, you know, not through the floor. My goat doesn't like Big Man. I would like Big Man if he was even remotely consistently written. I'm really confused what Big Man is actually supposed to be. Because sometimes he's like, feels like he's like the goofy, you know, jokey third wheel. But then sometimes he's like the straight man of the group who, like, you know, plays off Shiver and Fry's weirdness. And then he's also just like, but then he's like a pushover. He's like the smartest, but also, I don't know, I'm confused what Big Man is meant to be. He's supposed to be a big man, I guess. Oh yeah, Final Checkpoint music. They had no reason to not have Final Checkpoint music in Alterna. I mean, there were more songs, I guess, but like, I wish they had that. Oh yeah, the ink sprayed during a turf war vanishes almost immediately after the battle ends. How environmentally friendly and incredibly convenient. So obviously in Splatoon 2 we got a follow-up to this, with, you know, microbes in the air apparently dissolve the ink, which is interesting. We still don't know much more about that. I don't know if that's really going to be elaborated on, or if it's literally just an explanation for, you know, why that happens. Get some bombs, because why not? Oh yeah, we have Seekers. They robbed us of Final Checkpoint Bing Bang, yeah. I'm a believer in skipping news makes the idols less likable. Yeah, I do think that hurt the perception people had of them, but I also think if they were actually well written in, you know, the story mode, then it would have been okay. But yeah. Yeah, it's cool that Big Man's like just a different sea creature and not an inkfish, but you know, that that doesn't really help his writing necessarily. Well, it's not Turquoise October though. It's still by Octoplush, isn't it? Oh yeah, this level does. Someone mentioned the level 5 had trees. I guess they're as brain rotten as me, because even I didn't remember that. Or maybe they're more brain rotten, who knows. But level 5 does in fact have trees. Probably not too much to say about this one. Because this is much more of a floating platform. There's something about sponges that is more satisfying in Splatoon 1. I'm not really sure what they did. I don't know if it's a sound design thing or actually it's an animation thing, I think. They're more like bouncy. When you shoot them, they go like in and out, whereas I think in later games they just grow. I think that's actually why. They made sponges less satisfying. Again, that's probably a thing that happened because of multiplayer. It'd be kind of janky and if laggy if the hitbox or if the collision of the sponge was like constantly like shrinking and growing like that, but you know, I don't know. Creator Ader's routine is Turquoise October? Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. Oh yeah, I always thought this was a cool puzzle. You have to use the enemies to hit the sponge. Oh, why do I have an alarm going off? Okay, my bad. There we go. This is another clip through the ceiling. Oh boy. They could have just made it so you go through the grate here, but no. Or the netting, I guess. Oh, I had to make it more sponge. Okay, at the rate we're going, we're definitely not going to finish the game today, by the way, so I don't know, maybe we'll finish after area like 2 or 3. We'll see. It's probably only like halfway through right now, so still have some time to go. I'm only stopping here because I like that this tire is here. It's just another case of they just kind of put stuff here for the sake of having stuff. And I would prefer some stuff that doesn't really make sense over just literally no decoration. So I'll take it. Kind of like these like brand stickers all over this for some reason. Oh, good night, Pearl. Thanks for hanging out. Well, you have 2 opportunities gaming because you have the Octopod and the Twinticles. Or they might just be normal Octo Troopers, I'm not sure, but I don't know. You can always just die, like die and respawn. As far as I'm aware, there are only 2 places in Splatoon where you ever have to like lead an enemy's fire, which would be there and when you're about to get the splat bomb in the Octo expansion escape sequence. I guess if you count Octo Seekers crushing. But yeah, I don't know. Not that that matters. Just just a thought. Oh, here we go. Propaganda. The terrifying biology of the Inkling. Strength can leap up to 5 feet. Brain simple and predatory. Bones none. Eyes can spot prey from 100 yards away. Defense high pressure, high capacity ink sac. So yeah, I mean this is all well known. The jumping up to 5 feet is why I think we typically consider Inklings to be 5 feet tall, because they jump about as, you know, high as they are tall. But yeah, calling them predatory and, you know, talking about them spotting prey, terrifying, clearly Octarian. Again, that's the thing where I'm not even like 100% sure. Like, by now, this is definitely meant to be propaganda. But it's almost like a thing of like, I'm not entirely... I guess that was probably always the implication. But it's, you know, it's less clear in Splatoon 1. It's made much more clear by the context of the other games. They are slightly taller now, that's true. They canonically do not have bones, despite looking like they have bones on their models. It is canon that they don't have bones. This is one of the best levels in the series, by the way. I don't know, maybe that's a little overselling it. I really, really like this stage. Again, just look at the decorations. Like, I know reused assets from Camp Triggerfish, right? But they're reused really well. Like, the platforms being wooden, gushers are just fun and cool. We got the music, you know, we got, Tentacular Circus. We got, I love the flow of this level. I really, really love the way this one plays. I might kind of try and not speedrun it, but go through it a little faster just because it feels so nice. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Should be using some burst bombs. Gushers 2 killed him from below. I think this was very high on the level ranking list. I love this part too, like you lure them out here and then boosh. Oh yeah, you could, so this is another thing. Splatoon 1 actually has a map for every single level in single player on the gamepad. There's a scroll. And here you can actually see where that key is on the map. Which is kind of neat. And the flutter levels are, I think, the more notable use of that mechanic, but yeah. Not a thing they do in any other game, which it kind of makes sense. There's not really a whole lot you can do with a map just telling you where to go, but yeah. Again, just like, it just looks nice. They just decorate the Zapfish platforms in a cool way that I wish they still did, but yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Camp Triggerfish is literally like a ropes course. It literally is like based on an obstacle course, so it makes perfect sense for a single player. Oh yeah, this scroll is a little interesting. From 2,000 years ago. Oh yeah. Actually, something of note about this. We got some umami lore, like the umami people. In the most recent art book, Bon Color Walker, which Rassicus translated. Some of you probably saw. I think they posted it on their Twitter and Tumblr. But I'm pretty sure they mentioned 2,000 years ago. So, like, it's likely that this is the umami people. Because obviously it's based on, like, you know, Egyptian-looking stuff, art and hieroglyphs at the top there. So, and obviously you see Judd in the middle, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, kind of neat. Yeah, the armor mechanic is something... I don't personally, like, hate it. But it does make the game, like, a lot easier. I like how Octo Expansion kind of balances it, where there's certain levels where if you take any hit of damage, you just die anyway. I think a good compromise would at least be making it so you don't have hero armor during, like, boss fights. Because it's really hard to die in a boss fight, like, beyond Splatoon 1, to be honest, because you have the armor recovery. So, I mean, not, like, that hard, but I don't know, in a lot of them it is. I don't remember all of the umami lore. It was basically just talking about, like... What was it talking about? I actually kind of forget. Maybe I can get a link to it, hang on. I just know there was some more details. Let me get it on my phone, because my... Like I said, my computer feels like it's gonna die if I open up a new thing for some reason. Actually, probably be easier to find it on Twitter. Fry is still good. Yeah, I mean, Fry is just a thing of, like, you have to start attacking her right away. Like, in my own playthrough, I think Fry was very easy for me. But it's just because, like, if you don't realize what's happening with, like, the spiral attack fast enough... I think I died on, like, the last phase, maybe. I don't know. Fry is whatever. How long has this been going on? Little under 2 hours. I might also run to the bathroom really quick while I'm looking for this. Hang on. Yeah, Umami being so close to the sea. I mean, on the Splatoon world map, we do see, there's little pyramids depicted, like, pretty close to Inkopolis Bay. So I think, at least my understanding was that that's around where the ruins are. Here we go. I did find the Umami tweet. It's for anyone who is interested. There you go. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a really quick bathroom break, and then I will continue playing the game. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Big Man is just way too easy if you have upgrades. Also, I just saw with the camera, I really like that you can see the final boss kettle always flying above you the entire game. Oh, okay. So, I love showing this off, so I'm gonna try it. I might play through this level twice. Some of you are gonna know this because I've shown this off before, or if you have seen the speedrun, you will know this. But something really cool. I think I might have already screwed it up. No, yeah, hang on. I think I screwed it up. We'll try it again. But basically, the Octolings in Splatoon games, the rival Octoling enemies, are pretty obviously just like player AI, right? Like they do everything that the player can do. So, you know, obviously to make them, they use a lot of like copy-pasted code from just the, you know, the Splatoon player. I messed it up. Hang on. I used to be able to do this better. It's been a while since I've done this. So yeah, basically, the rival Octolings share a lot of code with the player character, even to the extent that if they touch a Zapfish, the level is completed. And right at the end of this level, you can time a bomb just right and get an Octoling to fly through the Zapfish and actually beat the level that way. Shoot, oh, I was just a little bit too late there. It normally doesn't actually take me this many tries. It's not too hard a trick to do once you know where to go. Okay. I'm gonna try and get this because it's cool and it shouldn't be too hard. I don't know how you. It's really hard to move while switching bombs. I keep getting tripped up on the checkpoint. Oh my god. I want to do this. Isn't that hard? I don't know why I'm screwing this up so much. I probably like watch like a video back. But yeah, Octolings in general, obviously a different vibe in this game than how we think of Octolings now. Very iconic rival designs. Man, did I not? Okay, I need to just practice this angle. Was that not it? Okay, I need to go a little past the thing. I think I know how to do it. I'm gonna replay this level normally after we do this. I want to do it for the sake of... I mean, for the sake of showing the trick and also just for my own pride at this point. Because I swear it normally doesn't take me this many tries. Dude, was that not the same angle? Okay. I might give up at some point, but normally this is not that difficult. I mean, I like the modern look. I like the playable Octolings a lot. I do... For me, it's more of like a world-building thing. Like, I don't like how the Octolings were kind of just, like, assimilated into Inkling culture. I wish they, like, had more of their own influence. At least in Splatsville, it feels like. I know there is some stuff, like, there's, like, an Octarian, like, you know, brand logo or something. I think there's multiple. I swear to God, this is not normally this hard. Am I just throwing it? Because I feel like I was too late. So now I'm trying to throw it early, but I'm throwing it so early that I'm missing. Okay. I won't do this too many more times, but it'd be cool to get. But I like the rivals looking different. I think that's where I disagree. Is some people like want the rival Octoling like hair and stuff, and it's like the whole point is for them to look different than the players. Like those distinctions are there on purpose. So I don't, you know. I don't think we should just be able to play as every character that exists in the game. I think characters having different designs can just be an intentional choice. That was like, okay, I'm just gonna play level normally. Yeah, I forgot bomb range up as an ability in this game. Okay, I'm just gonna give up. I've shown it before in a video. Go watch my beating Splatoon in under 80 minutes video. if you want to see it, or watch any speedrun. Well, speedruns actually don't do this anymore because they skip this entire world. But yeah. I like the sound they make. That's a very small detail, but you don't hear that voice line in Splatoon 2 in the Octoling levels. They don't play it there. Which, I don't like that they got rid of it. But yeah, these levels are funny because there are like these trails of power eggs that like suggest like, hey, you should go this way. And if you go that way, you do get rewarded with a checkpoint. But there's nothing stopping you from just running straight through the levels right to the end and just grabbing the zapfish. Except enemies, obviously. But yeah, like I don't know. I do think I like these levels, and I like that you are free to just kind of do it however you want. But I do feel like Splatoon 2's make more sense by having you like actually have to explore the map and collect the 8 mini zapfish. Oh. Oh yeah, and the Octoling octopus designs are interesting. Let me see if I can get a closer look at one of them. Oh. It's always funny just doing this and seeing how the AI will react. I want to get a good look at the octopus. Maybe if we like ink around a bit. It's funny that they like jump and octopus a lot. I feel like that's just to make the octopus more visible, because like there's never really a good time to do that. You shouldn't really jump and squid. Also, yeah, I was actually going to mention that it's the same voice actor as Callie. Paradise Lost. Yeah, this is interesting. Like, I guess depicting the squid in the background as, like, Satan? As the snake? Okay, hang on, I need to back read chat a bit. Yeah, well, I like, there's like a popular headcanon that, the reason the Octolings have shorter hair, because even we see Marina as a soldier a couple of times. We see it in the chat logs in Octo Expansion, and we see the picture of her with Oct, and she had shorter hair in the military. So a popular headcanon is that like the soldiers would be required to cut their hair because, you know, when they sever a tentacle, it makes a new Octo Trooper. So I like the idea that that's why they have short hair, and that, yeah, it's like a military haircut pretty much. And yeah, and in terms of the whole, I do think the Splatlands are, it's weird. It's weird that we got the lore that there were some Octolings who just were not, like, you know, it's so close to Inkopolis, but somehow they weren't affected by the Great Turf War, or like, you know, they didn't get lumped in with the same Octarians. For me, it's the thing of like 100 years ago, I think it kind of makes sense because there are lots of geographical barriers between Splatsville and Inkopolis. Like, they're supposed to be like, you know, pretty far apart. Like, they're relatively close, but still, you know, a considerable distance if you don't have planes and trains and automobiles. I fumbled that, whatever. You know what I mean? Planes, trains, and cars, whatever. So I think 100 years ago, you know, I think it's somewhat reasonable, especially if, you know, they dealt with the flood in their own way. which is suggested by the first scroll in Splatoon 3, that they wouldn't have been a part of the Great Turf War, and wouldn't really have, you know, wanted to involve themselves with the conflict in Inkopolis. But the closer you get to modern day, I think it's weird that the Octolings in Splatsville just don't seem to care or know about the Octarian plight in Octo Valley and Canyon. So yeah, it is a little strange. Oh yeah, the axolotl lore. That's what was in the umami thing. I don't think we see them in game, unless maybe in like graffiti or like some art, but definitely not like models. Do you think there are male enemy Octolings too? Yeah, I mean, so we know that Octoling society is like, in Japanese, the rival Octolings are literally called like Octo Amazons, basically. And the developers have said that like the female Octolings are at like the highest, like only they can become the elite soldiers. So there is a kind of like Amazonian hierarchy. Weirdly, they do have a male king, or not king. I've called Octavio king a number of times. I think it's just because his robot is the Octobot king, so I always kind of thought of him as a king, but he's a leader. He's a military leader. I guess we don't really know what he is outside of that, besides a DJ. But yeah, there are male Octolings around, and they can be soldiers, as suggested by male Agent 8, but they're just not the most elite soldiers. But yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, because the flood, they stopped the flood, so the Inklings and Octolings never went to war, but it still does feel like the proximity is a little strange, because they weren't that far away. Also, yeah, what Prismark said, none of the playable characters have a canon gender. It's just whatever you decide. They use the females. Well, in Splatoon 1, they actually used male Agent 3 and female Agent 3 pretty much, you know, the same amount, but they have leaned more towards the female designs for the other games, but there's no canon design. I think some people, like, you know, mistakenly refer to them that way, but there is no canon gender for any of the playable characters. Yeah, I'm actually a little confused about that myself, Carson, because it seems like they kind of, there's like, you know, the 3 clans are kind of the origin of Splatfest, but then they still use the fax machine. So I'm not really entirely sure how that works. It's weird that Splatfest, if they are a Splatsville tradition, originally would have like moved to Inkopolis. I don't really understand that fully. But yeah, Octo Striker. So this is another case of like, what I like about these. So I want to say this. I kind of wrote this out. If I ever make that level ranking video, the thing about these levels are like, they're definitely like, you know, they're reusing assets. Like they're a cheap, you know, I wouldn't say lazy, but like they're an easy way to add more content to the game. You know, they just change the skybox, change the baked lighting, add in some enemies and assets, boom, you have a new level. But what I think is really cool about them is it really does sell this idea that the Octarians are like invading Inkopolis. You know, like a significant portion of Octo Valley doesn't actually take place in Octo Valley. It takes place in Inkopolis. Like we are actually like fighting the Octarians on our home turf, as they would probably put it. So it's cool. Like I think from a lore perspective, I really like that. You know, they kind of they strike in the evening hours, and we have to go in and get them out. It's kind of cool. Scroll. I'm a little surprised I haven't missed any scroll yet. I was honestly kind of expecting to, because I don't always go out of my way to get them every time I play. But yeah, obviously we took a very long time going through here the first time. But don't have too much to add. I mean, it's kind of interesting that the Octarians are around this UFO. Like, I almost wonder if they were trying to, like, retrieve it. Trying to get rid of the evidence, maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm sad we never got an equivalent of these. Like, again, avoiding the ink strike is not very difficult, and you are just going through a level you already went through, but then you get this, which is a mini boss. Why does only Splatoon 1 have mini bosses? Why did they stop doing this? This is really cool. And you're like fighting on a UFO, like this is such a cool like dynamic. Like I love just like being able to like look out, like got Inkopolis Tower, you got like the rest of the city. It's just a cool vibe, like, and you're fighting this unique enemy. I mean, these guys are easy, obviously. They get a bit more HP later on, but it's just cool. I would love more mini bosses, in other Splatoon games. Also, you see the blimp. That's cool. I think that appears in like, appears somewhere else. In multiplayer, I'm not totally sure. Yeah, I mean, the only weird thing is, like, you do enter an Octarian kettle to get to them, but it's definitely taking place just in the city. There we got the Inkling propaganda for the Octarians. It seems that some Octarians can assume humanoid form. These specimens have superior physical capabilities and are highly aggressive. High-ranking individuals have kelp on their heads. But what motivates them, if anything at all? Yeah. Just admiring the art. I was gonna say Arowana Mall. Arowana Mall has the hot air balloons, but I think it also has the blimp. I think that, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, if the kettles are teleporters, it does make more sense. Octo Nozzle. This is probably my least favorite boss in this game. It just always felt easy to me, like even when I first played it. If you upgrade the gun, it's like really, really easy. Be cool if they repurposed the Ink Strike guy as a boss salmon. Yeah, if they could make that work. I mean, that'd be really... If it literally put an Ink Strike on you in Salmon Run, that'd be kind of terrifying. That'd be very hard to avoid with all the rest of the chaos going on. But in terms of like a flying enemy who moves away from you as you shoot it, that'd be cool. But look at the 6 shoes. I do like the shoes. It's between this or Octo Whirler for my bottom one. I like Octo Whirl. The reason I put Octo Whirler above this guy is just because I like the design more. I think it's more like clever, but it's also really easy. So you can't send your playlist. It's probably because sending links in live stream chats is normally kind of a dubious thing. If you want, you could put it in the Discord, which is linked in the description. I like the way he looks. It's just so easy. Like, as you're just holding left or right, you will literally avoid all of his attacks. It does not take any effort. Oh, like a night wave where you have to fight a mini... That'd be really cool, actually. If Salmon Run just had mini bosses in general. Also, yeah, I think shooting those points stuns him. I feel like that's what makes this boss too easy. It's like if you just hit the weak point, it literally like can barely attack you. I do like that you have to climb on it though. I mean, they reworked Ink Strike into Triple Ink Strike. I definitely like the OG more, but I feel like it would be too close to Booyah Bomb. And I feel like Booyah Bomb is kinda... As much as I like Ink Strike more... Well, I don't know which one I like more. I like Ink Strike a lot, but I feel like Booyah Bomb is kind of just a better version of it, low-key. It's cool there's like a fishing net here. I actually kind of never noticed that before. Of all the boss arenas, I never looked too much into this one. That's cool that the whole stage is being like lifted up by a fishing net. It's kind of ominous. I just think Booyah Bomb is more likely as a returning special, and I think Ink Strike would be too similar. Scritchy Scratch. Yeah, Octavio's writing in this game is, well, he's funny in the final battle, but up until this point, it's kind of whatever. Oh yeah, he's just, his radio's broken. Doing great, H3, don't let up. Or anti-octopus weapon blueprints. It's interesting that it says octopus. They don't refer to them as, like, you know, just octopuses very often. It's normally Octarians or Octoling. It's not that interesting. In Japanese, they just call them octopus, so that's probably just more of a direct translation. It's all becoming clear. They must be using the Zap Fish to revive the great octo weapons. Yeah, I think we got that from the first boss, but okay. Oh, hang on. You can do a little boop. And that moves during the cutscene. Wow, so cool. This hub, I really love this one. This is like, I don't know. I have a lot to say about this one. Just like the look of it, I don't know. I just love the contrast of like, I think these are like, Bluefin Depot textures. It's at least similar with the brick and everything. And again, just more like organic design. It's like, obviously this is just a blocky video game level, but then there's all these little, you know, like bricks that are just here on this broken part of the wall and these vines and like, you know, I don't know. I like it. And this, gameplay wise, this one is just the most like a playground. I feel like just jumping around and in and below and everything. I really, really like this area. Yes. Ooh, invisible level. Yeah, the verticality is nice. I just love verticality. Okay. So I think this is a first level with the space skybox, which everyone loves, of course. I love it. At least, wow, who would have guessed the guy called Cosmic likes the space level? Those Octo Scallywags hid the path, yes. This level's great. This level is one of the standout ones for sure. But yeah, invisible platforms are used a lot by all the games. Well, not too much. They only appear in like, I want to say one Octo expansion level. They're used a bit in Octo Canyon. They're used in the final boss of this game. They're cool. I mean, it's a very obviously, you know, it's an intuitive mechanic, but that's not a bad thing. Obviously, it's cool. Yeah. Oh. No, I did miss that. I haven't been there yet. Okay. I don't think... I'm pretty sure all of the enemy variants return except for Octoballs in Splatoon 2. This part's funny because I always just remember exactly where it is. Oop. I don't have a whole lot to say on this level. Obviously, you literally can't see most of it, so... in terms of aesthetics and everything. I mean, the background is awesome. Again, I love just, like, the industrial look of everything. Again, we have more of, like, a cave ceiling. Like, this is almost, like, more of, like, a cylinder than a dome. Yeah, Splatoon 2 has more, because you get Octo Commander, Industrial Squeegee, probably some other ones. Oh. More sideways wall climbing. Again, we don't see much of that anymore. I guess there was a bit in After Alterna, maybe? Oh god, this part's always tough, actually. With the non-upgraded hero shot, I have to be careful here. Again, though, with the verticality, like, I love when the levels are, like, designed like staircases. Oh yeah, this is a funny thing. They sink in the ink, but because you can see through the platform, you see that the model just, like, goes down. Like, that is not what I meant to do. Yeah. I don't know, kind of funny. Yeah, well, yeah, Octo Strikers are gone, but then they added in the missile Octocopters. There is one Octo expansion level that's basically like Octo Striker. I want to call it Octo Striker level at home, but then I feel like it actually does a lot of interesting things, so it's not like it's not a worse version. Jellyfish fashion. Oh, that's I actually didn't really remember this. I guess this is Octarian propaganda. Because it says, is there no room in these creatures' minds for anything but battle and fashion? So they hate jellyfish too, I guess. Huh. I kind of never, I mean, it's like an obvious connection to make, but I didn't really realize. Again, that's the thing where I feel like I always just read that as like kind of omniscient narration or like Squid Research Lab more than like the Octarians, but I feel like Octarian lens makes more sense there. Yeah, like from a development perspective, the invisible platform thing is literally just like, yeah, we just didn't have to make a texture. Doo-doo. I don't know if propaganda is the right term, just more commenting on, you know. Oh yeah, checkpoints in this game. You have to be way closer to checkpoints to actually hit them. Which, is probably, you know, I think that's better in later games where they make it, you know, you just kind of have to pass over the general area of the level to trigger it. Hello, Rat of Pain. We have been going very slowly and methodically through the entire game and commenting on every little thing, basically. Also, yeah, Black Belly. Obviously just another multiplayer map, but again, I like how they use the UFOs. There's literally just a highway right there, like people could see that UFO. But I guess they do not care. Oh, is that pavilion asset is reused from, or it probably was here first, but it was used in the tutorial area. That's interesting. How about the bridge too? I do love the vibes of like the first few Splatoon maps and just being in the middle of the city. I'm not gonna join the VC now. This song is so good. It's obviously the developers thought too. Oh my god. Sorry. Sometimes speaking after 2 hours does not work correctly. I was going to say, obviously the developers thought this song was good too, because it appears in 4 of the 5 Splatoon campaigns. Boop. It is cool that this kind of lets you be like almost out of bounds on Black Belly. Man, those are good clouds. That's a good skybox. This is how I look at clouds in real life. I'm just like, wow, those are good clouds today. I love clouds. You ever wonder why cloud is in my name? I mean, it's cause nebulas, but also just actual normal clouds. Best boss in the series is Splatoon 1 Octavio. Easily. Ooh, there we go. That's a big one. Lady Luck shone down on the Inklings, and historians today agree that the Inklings' victory over the Octarians was mostly due to the superior number of limbs. Racism, wow. But yeah, interesting image. So that's, is that the Squidbeak Splatoon, or is that just like generic soldiers? I guess we should compare it once we get the other image. But yeah, you just see like dead Octolings, or dead Octarians at least, on the ground. Obviously it's a little goofy with Judd holding the flag and everything. Oh, I never actually noticed it's the Cuddle Gear flag. So is that just like the emblem of like the Inkling army? I think that makes sense, but for some reason I actually just never noticed that on the flag somehow. I might be blind. It is the Bamboozler meme team, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the most explicit examples of them literally just saying they're biologically superior, which is, yeah, interesting. Alright. Oh, this is just a fun level. I don't know how much, like, lore stuff I have to say about it, but gameplay-wise, yes. Another space background. I mean, lore-wise, it's easily Commander Tardar, no? For me, that would be the best boss lore-wise. Oh yeah, this one. So there's these weird TVs. They appear at the end of the level, too. There's like a bunch of them. But yeah, just like, I don't know. Creepy Octo Trooper for no reason, I guess. But yeah, I like that they never really bring back this platforming idea of like moving platforms. I guess they kinda, like in Octo Expansion, you'll be on like a ride rail that will pass through a grate, so you have to squid, which I guess is a similar concept, but I'm kinda surprised they don't use this more in like the difficult levels of later games, because, I don't know, like there's one level in Splatoon 2 with lots of shifting platforms, but they don't quite do that same thing. Oh yeah, this UFO, by the way, is that same one. Do I still have the art book? I still have the art book open to that page. It's this one. Wow. With the seed and everything. I don't know why it's just like here encased in this thing, but yeah. What do you mean Octobots? I'm not sure what you mean by Octobots. Oh, just like the... Because there's the Octo weapons and there's the Octo bosses. I don't... Parallel canon for me is not a very... I would put Inner Agent 3. For me, they're all Octo expansion bosses, I feel like. Okay, I fumbled the D-pad. The Wii U D-pad is like weirdly, I don't know if it's just my gamepad, I feel like it's weirdly sensitive. It's kind of the opposite problem. I feel like on the Switch Pro controller, it's like, it doesn't feel like it's ever inputting. Like, I feel like you have to be very, like, deliberate about pressing it, whereas on this, it's like, I feel like it's like loose. A parallel cannon would literally be like 10 times better as a boss fight if they didn't fall down. Like, I know they wanted it to like mirror the way you fall into the level with the Pearl Drone, but because they start suspended in the air, it's just way too easy to immediately pick them off. I really wish they just like super jumped in or something. Well, no, that would have been worse, but if they just spawned in somehow. But yeah. I don't have much to say about these weird TVs. I just think they're neat, and they do appear again. Again, it's just a weird little you know, just bonus, like, additional theming. Like, it doesn't do anything for the gameplay, but the level starts with a creepy TV and then ends with a bunch of creepy TVs, and just weirdly makes it feel a little bit more cohesive. Okay, you meant Octo Weapons. I mean, I don't know, lore-wise, there's not a whole lot going on there. Well, there is the lore, actually. Heralded by loud explosions, the great Octo Weapons quickly stormed the Inkling's central stronghold. Victory for the Octarian seemed all but certain, but due to a plug being carelessly pulled from its socket, their hopes were dashed. I know this is kind of a joke, but I'm also like, what are the logistics of this? Like, all of the great Octo Weapons had to be literally wired, and then 100 years later they figured out how to make them wireless? Oh yeah, Tori, you can fight Marina again. There's a little box to like the left of the elevator where you can like relive memories. Oh, flutter levels. Okay, I really like flutter levels. I don't know if that's a weird opinion or a normal opinion, but I really like these. First of all, I don't know, the look of this level, I just vibe with it. The the like dusk lighting. This one feels more like a proper dome too. I mean, it kind of just goes up into darkness, but yeah. Also just seeing the artificial sun. So that comic from the art book I showed earlier calls this like the Great Octarian. So I don't know if that's canon, because the art book mangas, I don't know, it's a little dubious how canon they are, but yeah, I like the idea that they call it the Great Octarian. Also, yeah, made by Marina. Oh yeah, so like I said, this level does actually make use of the gamepad map by showing you where the key is. I think there isn't one here, but we'll see on the larger area. Real sun guys, trust. I always forget like the correct way to do this. There we go. Scroll. And then I believe we can just do this. Oop. Nice. Bum bum ba da bum. There is a skip here that I have never been able to do. Some weird jank hitbox stuff with like this like manhole. You can like get up on those crates and just skip all the way up there. I don't really know how to do it, but it's a thing that exists. I don't mind them removing collectibles from levels. I definitely think it's fine in Octo Expansion. I don't really like, you know, I've expressed that I don't like Alterna's hub worlds, and I think the finding secrets there is pretty boring, but I would just rather the hub worlds have better platforming rather than the levels having the collectibles in them. I believe the implication is that both of them were human bunkers, yes. Although, I'd have to like take a look at the skyboxes, because I do feel like it is a lot more heavily implied in Splatoon 1. Because Splatoon 2, you get ones that look like a tropical resort. Like there's some weird stuff going on in the backgrounds that feels more just like Octarian made. And obviously it's like influenced by Kali in terms of like the glittery ink and stuff. There's a guy right here on the map. Hello. Struggling to keep your gamepad alive because your charger barrel works? Oh wow. Yeah, I mean I do remember dying to these guys a lot, which is funny because then in Octo Expansion, like, Agent 3 canonically died to these a lot. They mentioned in the chat logs that, like, they did Agent 3 in a number of times or something. But yeah, I'm a big fan of flutters. I just think they're cool. I like the way these levels are designed. Also, yeah, at this rate, I will probably end this stream once we finish this world. Because I don't want to go on too crazy long, but We can continue this next weekend, I guess this Saturday, probably. I'm not gonna be done yet, I'm still going for a while, but yeah. The first battles of the Great War ended... Oh, they just call it the Great War there. I mean, that makes sense, but... Interesting. The diligent Octarians easily dominated the Inklings, who were unable to wake up enough early in the morning to defend themselves. So this does feel... I don't know, I feel like now that I'm reading these... Like, I know I made the whole argument in my big video essay that, like, these scrolls are in-universe documents from the Inklings and the Octarians, but I feel like this one especially almost reads... You know... It's like someone pretending to be an unbiased source, but clearly in favor of the Octarians. Yeah, I mean, on replaying... Oh god. On replaying them, I don't die to them really ever, but... Yeah, it is funny. Go. Oh, I love this level. I love this level. This was like literally, this was like top 10 in my ranking. I don't know why. There's something about this level. Just the way it flows. It's just like pure like Splatoon flow state for me. I love ink rails. I love the way they're developed in this level. It's just good. I don't know. I feel like other people probably would not rank it as high, but it's just like perfectly spaced. Oh my god, I actually died? Huh. Okay, well, I'm surprised that happened. I was being a little too reckless, I guess. You immediately thought of a video? Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I glazed this level for sure. Also, yeah, they have the little cool train sound effect there. Like, just the details and the vibe and the music and the bouncy ink rails. Boop. Yeah, this level is just like pure Splatoon 1 energy to me. This is like, we're reaching the point of the game where the unupgraded hero shot is definitely, we're feeling it. And then this, like, they have, it's all so fast paced and like go, go, go. And then there's like that little break where you like, you see what's happening, then you drop in, and then it's boom, boom, missed, boom, 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 boom. And then this, we get more like, we get the, yeah, you hear the tower control tower sound there. I don't know. It just is good. I just love the way this one is designed so much. And this section right here was pretty much reused for Splatoon 2's ink rail introductory level, funnily enough. Yeah, the like the bounciness and the way they like zigzag and everything. I don't know. That one's just like a perfect Splatoon level for me. With the creatures of the surface driven to extinction by rising sea levels, the ancestors of the Inklings were free to haul their 10-legged bodies up onto the abandoned land. This is how the mollusk era began. So this is like very fundamental lore. Obviously, this is the first implication we actually have in game of death of humanity, I think. I don't know which one is. I think that's the Bravo, but I'm not 100% sure. Do 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 do. Do do do. Oh yeah, the censored. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Where? All right, then we have the level where we drop down here. Like again, I just love. I don't know. I just love how much of like a playground the hubs feel, where you're always jumping in and around the areas. Lufin Depot. Oh, I gotta turn off Twitch alerts. I don't know why you guys keep following me on Twitch, but thank you. I either gotta start streaming on Twitch, like multi-streaming, or turn those off. I just keep forgetting. I always love this whole background area on Bluefin too. Like there's just like a bunch of houses and stuff. I don't know, and apartments. It's in a more like industrial, you know, part of the city. It's not like as like comfortable as Flounder Heights probably. Oh yeah, I forgot some stages were in the single player before they were in the multiplayer. So Kelp and Bluefin actually were not in the game. That definitely I think helped to make, you know, it feel less like a reused asset, because you actually had to, you know, people who bought the game on launch at least would have, you know, actually experienced these maps in single player first, so it wouldn't feel like, oh, we're just back on another multiplayer map. Well, actually, that did not do anything because I already had max armor. Yep, we got the scroll, okay. And mini boss time. Bing, bing. I honestly really like it in Splatoon 3. I do think Splatoon 1's is probably, I still prefer it overall, especially for modes other than zones. Like, Splatoon 3's, I think, is just straight up better in zones. The other modes are debatable, but I'm a fan of it, honestly. Bing, 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 bing. Would it have worked for a big run? Like, obviously you have the different levels, but I feel like it's a bit cramped. I don't know. Yeah, that song is awesome. There we go. This is the only existing photograph of the legendary Squidbeak Splatoon. They're not actually called Splatoon in the Japanese version, right? That's actually weird. I always liked that this was like a title drop moment. But, I think they're actually not even called that in Japanese. Oh, like introducing, yeah, the idea of like, we have to defend the map from the Salmonids. Technically, they did that with, the Grand Splatlands Bowl for Final Fest, or Grand Fest. But yeah, they didn't do it for a normal map. But yeah, Great Turf War had been raging on for over a year. I do like that Judd is like a normal cat. Do you think he'll ever go back to being a normal cat? I think someone mentioned this earlier, but yeah, it's like implied that the reason he's so round and cartoony is actually just like his fur, but he is actually just like normal cat proportions. Obviously that doesn't totally make sense with like his face, but it would be interesting. Yeah, like Bluefin's pretty faithful besides the spawn. I just wish they didn't put you, I wish the spawn wasn't off to the side, because so many Splatoon 3 maps are like that diagonal thing, so just having it be from the center, you know, it would let you access both options faster, so I would prefer it. But yeah, it's cool seeing Amosis Schellendorf. Like, it's weird a little bit that we still only know about Cuttlefish and Amosis, and there's these other two members of the Squidbeak Splatoon that we've just never gotten anything about. Like, I don't know what lore we would get, but kind of interesting. Also, like, I don't know, Amosis seems like important. Like, he was like, because Schellendorf Institute is named after him. So you'd think he was like a historian, he was like a weapons manufacturer. I don't know. Again, I obviously really don't want time travel stuff, but it'd be cool to just learn more about him as a character. Well, obviously Splatoon is a pun based on English words, but I don't know, it seems like if it's the title of the game, they could also just have it in the game. Can I super jump? You can actually not super jump to a boss kettle until you have beaten it, or at least entered it. I'm debating if I should just finish the whole game on this stream. I might. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna take so long. But I also feel like, I'm not sure. I always thought this arena was cool with the, you know, I don't know what you call it. Polygonal frame. Well, it's weird because, like, I can, if I'm trying to, like, speedrun this game, I can beat it in, like, you know, well under an hour and a half. But because we're doing it this way, I don't know. I don't think it would take 6 hours. Because you know, we started really, really slow. And now for most of these levels, I don't really have too much to add. The ball guy, dude. Yeah, when people thought that Octo World was on the, like, the side order art, despite it, like, not looking like Octo World at all. Did I say Octo Ball? I meant to say Octo Ball. People, yeah, I don't know. If you were there for side order speculation, for some reason, people thought the silhouette of, you know, the ball boss, who I'm forgetting the name of, people thought it was this guy, and people were trying to make, like, arguments for, like, why that would make sense. And I'm like, this guy does not have lore. Octo World does not have, what are you talking about? It was, like, the weirdest thing to me. I was like, it was Glenn Fiddler levels of, like, why would it matter if that was important? It was even, no, honestly, that was worse than Glenn Fiddler. Because why would this be in side order? What would this have to do in side order? Glenn Fiddler had no evidence suggesting that he would be there, but, like, he could have been. Why would Octo World be there? Why? How would that work? It blew up. Like, these don't respawn. These are robots. We destroyed it. I mean, I guess Octo Stomp comes back, but I don't know. Why? Well, I mean, no, everyone was talking about parallel canon, for sure. I mean, everyone was like, whoa, Agent 4 boss fight, whoa, Agent 4 silhouette, or whatever, and yeah, it turned out being probably less interesting than most people thought it would be, but still kind of cool. I mean, I'm glad they did not bring Octo Stomp back. Like, it's funny. It's funny that it returns, but it isn't, you know, I'd rather just get a new boss. Okay, I'll go a little bit longer because there's an interesting thing right here, actually. Hot dang, Agent 3, you're on fire. So he goes from speaking like a pirate to saying hot dang. I mean, I guess he's supposed to be like the, like, cringe grandpa too, but whatever. But I've got a bad feeling about, well, I'll just go take a quick look for myself. By the way, I've been meaning to introduce you to Agents 1 and 2. Once we're all assembled, I'll bake some Krabby Cakes. Cuttlefish. No, it can't be. Time to face the music. I do like that line. Time to face the music, old timer. Wait, bruh. Stop. No. So, like, what is he doing here? Is he tying him up? Is he abducting him in a UFO? Like, how exactly is he capturing him? Glenn Fiddler designed Octo World. Octo World got sanitized and brought to the members. Oh my god. Scratch one, Cuttlefish. More anti-octopus weapons. So, what's kind of interesting here, like, I don't know, it's one of those things that, like, it doesn't matter. I don't need to keep prefacing words. I don't need to keep prefacing this with, like, oh, this is a minor thing that doesn't matter, because, yeah, like, that's literally the point of the stream. But, Cuttlefish gets kidnapped, and then the Squid Sisters, Agents 1 and 2, replace him. But that doesn't happen until you play at least one level, which means for one level you just don't get any, like, commentary or dialogue, which is kind of interesting just because normally the dialogue is like a tutorial telling you how to interact with the mechanics in the level. So, for one level, you just don't get that, and you just have to figure it out, I guess. And it's just whichever level you choose is the level that you don't get any dialogue for. You can then replay the level, and you do get the Squid Sisters dialogue, but yeah, I don't know. I always find it kind of interesting. So if we just do this, we will just not get any dialogue the whole level until the end. I could do world skip. I was considering doing that, yeah, just doing it to show it off. But I tried doing that with that other glitch earlier, and that didn't go so well, so we'll see. It'd be really funny if I got world 4 skip easier than the kelp dome thing. Oh, you can miss. Yeah. So when I first played Splatoon 1, I think I was like, well, okay. To give myself a little credit, I didn't watch like Nintendo Directs or anything. So like the Squid Sisters, like, you know, I barely knew them as characters. I saw the news at the start of the game, and like I hadn't seen like the fan art yet. I didn't see any of like the promos for the game. So like I barely remembered the Squid Sisters existed. It took me an embarrassingly long time to actually realize that Agents 1 and 2 were Callie and Marie. Like, it did not click with me, because I didn't know they were the Squid Sisters. They don't call themselves the Squid Sisters on Inkopolis News. So when Cuttlefish says, oh, it's the Squid Sisters, like, I didn't know who the Squid Sisters were. So, like, I genuinely did not make that connection until, like, well after I first played Octo Valley. Which is funny in retrospect, because it's like very obvious if you just look at their dialogue icons, but yeah. Spoilers, dude. Oh, sorry, my bad. It is funny that it's like supposed to be a secret in Splatoon 1, and then Splatoon 2 just opens with like, hi, I'm Marie, I'm Agent 2. It's like, oh, okay. Like, what's the point of the codename then if you're just here and saying you're Marie? Yeah, that's a fun level. Not much to say about it. I like the cool giant tentacles. Are those the same assets they have in the final boss fight? I think. They might be a little different. I'm not sure. They aren't glowing like RGB, obviously. Oh, I missed the scroll. I can see it right there. This honestly kind of looks like a texture that would not be inkable normally. It would not be inkable in Splatoon 3. Splatoon lore YouTube. Look, it took me a while to get to this point, okay? DJ Hyper Precious Marina. Why did they? I mean, I guess they just had usernames because they were on like a, you know, 90s style chat room, but like they didn't even need to have usernames in Octo Expansion either. There we go. Yeah, Agent 4 didn't. So the whole Agent 4 stuff, I mean, maybe I can get into that more when we play Octo Canyon, but like, yeah, Agent 4 did not know who the Squid Sisters were just because they like didn't watch TV. People like, whatever. I've been on that rant before. We'll get there when we get there. Anyway, oh yeah, this is the start of this bit. The Callie holding the radio upside down. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? You're holding that upside down. Oh. Agent 1 of the new Squid Week Splatoon reporting in. Agent 2 also reporting in. Their voices are also literally just their voices. Like, they're not changed at all by the fact they're in the radio. We got an SOS from Captain Cuttlefish. Are you Agent 3? Don't worry, we're your new support team. Yep, we're taking over for the cabin. Well, we're gonna try. But we gotta hurry, or the cabin is as good as sushi. Let's roll, Agent 3. Dead fish is who? Inked ceilings have little ink dropping particle effects. This was removed. Oh yeah. I mean, I can't even picture where an inkable ceiling is, unless right where I am. Oh, this is a very like nothing burger scroll. See, okay, this is the thing. Most Splatoon 1 scrolls like genuinely have like some kind of interesting like lore or world building implication or like something going on. This is kind of the first one we got that's just like, okay, like it's literally just talking about anemones and clownfish. Like, this isn't even Splatoon. This is just like, obviously Annie and Mo exist, but like, yeah. Can I ink this ceiling? No, I cannot. But yeah, I can picture the particle effect you're talking about. 90%, yeah. I mean, even Splatoon 2 scrolls are pretty bad too, to be honest. Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna try going through this faster. We can so finish the game on this stream. Oh, this one's really cool. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going. We might finish, I'm not sure. I'll see how I feel. But yeah, first of all, it starts with this weird, like, creepy, looping carnival thing. And the whole level is, like, carnival themed. So this is another case where they just, like, took a visual theme, and, like, yeah, it doesn't, like, make a whole lot of sense, but they commit to it, and it's cool. So I don't care. Like, we got the teacup rides. You know, we got the weird, winding, like, roller coaster track. It's just cool. It's just a cool, weird, distinct vibe. And Splatoon 2 does do this a lot, actually. Like, that's part of the reason I defend Octo Canyon, is because this didn't start being a problem until Splatoon 3. I mean, Octo Expansion doesn't have much of this kind of theming. It does sometimes. But you know, Octo Canyon is better about it than Return of the Mammalians, is what I'm trying to say. Also, I like how steep this is another weird thing where it's just like, I can't explain in like normal words why I find this so satisfying, but it's just very, I don't know, it just feels good to climb a steep slope in Splatoon 1. It's like arrow on them all. I missed some eggs. I don't think I missed the scroll. Okay, there we go. But yeah, besides enjoying the visual appeal, don't have too much to add on this stage. I like spreaders as a mechanic. I think these are kind of underused by the series too. Octo Expansion had some cool uses for them. I don't know if they appear at all in Octo Canyon, weirdly enough. It just seems like an obvious thing to, like, yeah, have a, you know, a platform that spreads enemy ink, but I don't know, they weirdly just don't get used that much. They are in Splatoon 3. I know the like, don't touch the ink level, I believe, has spreaders. So, you know, every now and then they still pop up. It could be introduced in PvP as a neutral ink color to avoid? That's true. That might be kind of annoying. I don't know. I'm not fully opposed to that, but I did miss the scroll. Okay, we're gonna get the scroll. We're doing this kind of playthrough, we're gonna get the scroll. My bad, I should have gone back. Yeah, I mean, I like, the dialogue is very boring in the levels. I do like that they say, I like when they say, like, what is it? Like, way to be, Agent 3? I don't know. Like, Callie and Marie have better dialogue than Cuttlefish, because they're, like, you know, funnier, or, like, it's kind of cute, at least. But, yeah, it's definitely not, not anything crazy. It's mostly very just functional, like, you know, here's how you complete the level type of stuff. Oh, is that literally, that's, like, the easiest scroll in the world. How did I miss that? Okay. Yeah, easiest scroll in the world. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Might have jinxed it a little bit there. Oh, I should upgrade burst bombs, right? I always forget the burst bombs start out so small in this game, and I'm just used to them being, you know, the size they are in PvP. It kind of trips me up sometimes. Please get it that time. Okay. Yeah, that's literally this scroll. Okay. Yeah, Splatoon 1. Hello, Mighty RC. Oh, and Tayru plays. Welcome. Yeah, true. Where's the comedy routine, Callie Marie? You're not gonna entertain us while we're invading the homes and slaughtering innocents? I mean, they're in the army. They're not. I don't know. Pretty much slaughtering innocents. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. The Alterna map thing for completion, I really have genuinely no clue why they implemented that. Like, it's not a big deal, I guess, but like, it makes 100%ing it just extremely tedious and unfun for literally no reason. Like, they just did not have to implement that mechanic at all. Oh, those are elite, elite Octolings. I like that they have the black tentacles. I think in Splatoon 2, they're just like a darker red. I always thought that was a cool design thing. Which Splatoon characters are war criminals? I want to say that's already been done. I feel like I've seen that in my recommended before. Oh, this is just another nothing burger scroll, literally just saying gear exists in Inkopolis. Wow. They saved the good ones for last. Well, there's some good ones right off the bat and some good ones at the end. The middle ones are kind of whatever. So yeah, this is kind of where we get to the point in the game where it's like they are reusing mechanics, but they're taking mechanics they taught you in a level and then they're pushing them in some kind of new way. So here we have propeller lifts, but rather than going on tiny platforms and traveling vertically, it's all about, you know, pulling platforms out of walls and then being on a timer, you know, as they move back into their default position. So I just think, I don't know. It's like level design 101. It's not like mind-blowing, it's just executed so well. And I just will love these levels forever. They're just so replayable. I'm doing this like the worst way possible. Okay. I do feel like Octo Balls are a little bit jank sometimes. Just with like that, like, because they like ink the ground as they move, but you also have to ink under them, but shooting them moves them, so it's like, it is a little weird to get them submerged sometimes, which I feel like is why they didn't come back. But yeah, it's nothing too bad, obviously, but so it's exact map in Splatoon 3. Yeah, that's they just kind of, I don't know. That's my issue, is that they really do just reuse stuff that they already, I don't know. Propeller, they don't do anything interesting with propeller lifts in Splatoon 3. They're literally just there to be there. To value with Callie instead. I mean, I'm still desperate for, you know, like level mods. Like I would love people to make custom levels. I know I've talked a bunch about a level editor recently and how much I would love that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be greedy and just be like, yeah, modders, make me levels, but I do wish there was more of a community for that. Shazam. Oh my god, I almost just jumped off. I always remember this being like a really weirdly tight jump. Ugh. Yeah. They really make you hit like the full extent of the jump there. Again, that's just not really a thing they do in later Splatoon games, and like, there's nothing really like outwardly wrong with that. It just feels like, you know, I like, especially in platformers, when it really feels like the mechanics are being pushed to their limits. And I wish they did more of that. Did this predict Marlin Air Force gimmick? No way. Well, yeah, well, Splatoon 2 has a very similar level, where it uses the ink switches, the like drum ones, where again it's like pulling platforms out of walls. This scroll, this is a big one. Before the Great Turf War, there were amicable relations between the Inklings and the Octarians. They couldn't have dreamed that rising sea levels would force them to battle fiercely over the remaining territory. Or one of two looks at humanoid Octavio. yeah, obviously very big implications, but not exactly things that aren't talked about a lot, so not much to add. Tournament of Worst Levels has the funny Moai song. I mean, that is true. Wait, so I'm just trying to read chat. Wait, 2, what is the second one? What do you mean? So is the ending cutscene of Octo Expansion supposed to show that 8... Oh, are you talking about, like, the ship of, like, Agent 8 and Agent 3? I don't think they're actually implying that. I think 8 is just smiling because everyone is, like, safe. I was trying to decipher what your message meant. Oh, of Octavio, yeah. There's a picture in the Octo Expansion chat logs. It's when Pearl looks up Cuttlefish. It's like the siege on Arowana Castle or something. This is another level. Oh, this level, it's this level. Okay. This level is beautiful. Like, I love the visuals on this level. Let me kill the enemies so we can get a good look at them. But like, okay, first of all, I have a lot to talk about here. Look at, like, we got this, like, organic design. We don't got Mario Maker blocks here. We got rocks, we got grass, we got logs, we got signs, we got trees. Oh, look, there's the fruit. Whoever was asking about the fruit at the start, we got a tree with fruit in it. And we got these. We got the windmill things everywhere. Oh, look at that. We got the rocky ceiling. We got the cool cloud skybox. I am in love with the way this level looks. This one is fantastic. I remember this in the level rating. I just had to stop and be like, wait, why does this level look so good? Yeah, something about it just good vibes. Yeah, I love the wood. Again, I think it's reused stuff from Camp Triggerfish a little bit, but it's like it works. And look, okay, we're evolving this mechanic from that previous level where you slip through the grates, but now you have an enemy aiming at you. It's mixing it with the Octo, because the Octo Sniper, I think they're introduced in this level. I think this is like the Octo Sniper level. But you know, they're already, after they introduce it, they mix and match it with other mechanics. Got a nice hidden scroll right there. You know, forcing you to stay in kid form, like, just the difficulty curve in this game is just so satisfying. I just really feel like it's perfectly paced. I don't know, I just love the design of the game so much. I am an Agent 24 shipper. I would never argue that it's canon, but I enjoy it. And they did post them on Valentine's Day. Just saying. Technically, that's probably better evidence than just the, you know, the look they give. Also, okay, this is another case. As much as this level does excel visually, we do get, I think, one of the worst cases of clipping through terrain with a launch pad, because you just go straight through the roof. It just doesn't, they don't care. But look, we have like a little, like, you know, I was gonna say a pot. That's, you know, a little, the tree is planted in a thing. It's not just placed there. They made like a bespoke asset just for that. We're evolving sponges now with Octo Snipers. Like, it's just a damn good level, dude. I love video game, you know? Agent 24 is the ship between Agent 3 and Agent 8, because 3x8, 3 times 8 is 24. It's kind of clever. I just think it's cute. I like the idea, but yeah. This part is also just cool. This part just makes you feel cool. I don't know. The design, like, you can take, you know, multiple ways. You can climb that wall, you can go up the ramp. It's just a good level, man. It's just a good level. I think I used a clip of this level when I was talking about flow state in the level design video, because it's just like, yeah, it just works. It just works, as Todd Howard would say. Boom. Hate the agent ship names because I can't do math. Yeah. I like just referring to it as 3-8 a lot of the time, or just, you know, 3x8, but I think it's clever because, you know, the characters are named after numbers that you multiply them. I don't know. Okay, Callie Marie lore, right? These two cousins from Calamari County won Inkopolis' first annual youth folk singing contest. Their remarkable voices earned them a standing ovation from all present and catapulted them into the spotlight. So we do have a bit of like obscure lore, like specifically their producer is Shy Ho Shy. I think they don't have an official English localized name. But yeah, like the person who is their producer was like at this contest and like noticed them, I think. I'm pretty sure that's the lore there. And there's like a bit more stuff about them. There's like a demo version they made of I forget if it's City of Color or Maritime Memory. But yeah. Why are they called ships? It is short for relationship, I believe. Thoughts on Cuttletavio? I wouldn't ship them romantically. I like them as like bickering old men relationship. And I understand how many would continue that into old man yaoi, but I like them having like an old man yaoi vibe, but I would like not actually romantic, I guess. I respect it. I respect Cuttletavio, but I do not participate. This ink combination always kind of stuck out to me, because I think it's... I want to say it's the only time... It's probably not the only time you have this color ink, but mixed with the evening lighting, it always feels very distinct. What, well, can't old men find love, Gooberling? What's wrong with that? I have nothing, like, against it in that sense, I just don't think they would be interested in each other that way. But yeah, I respect it. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Popped that bubbler a little too late. Oh, I remember. I like this scroll. This is a kind of a cool hidden scroll. Because there's another thing where you basically have to go, like, out of bounds from what the normal map is and actually jump down here. And we go through a grate instead of a solid ceiling. Wow. It's like a Dr. House and Wilson type of relationship. Yes, I agree, actually. That makes, weirdly, a lot of sense in my mind. Hello, Adam. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, House and Wilson is toxic yaoi. Cuttlefish and Octavio is just old man yaoi. Very different. Kind of another Nothing Burger scroll, but it does say, the phrase, an oral buffet of squidiosyncratic psychedelicacy. And I gotta give them credit for that one. But yeah, not exactly deep lore. Oh, okay. I didn't even have to go there. Where's the last thing? It's over here, I think. Oh, it might be, it's up here. Hang on. More mouse bites. Oh, thank you, Adam. Glad you enjoy. Am I stupid? Oh, okay. I don't know why. I normally do not have to take this long to find the kettles at this point because I've played the game so many times, but yeah. There we go. Okay. Wait, what? It's there. Oh my god. There we go. There we go. I think I'm gonna beat the game in one go. At this point, I mean, we're about to finish World 4. Yeah. We were going really slow at the start. Like, if I kept up that pacing, it would have taken forever, but I mean, I can normally knock this game out in, you know, again, like an hour and a half, so. What did I say this time? What do you mean single player lore guide? Oh, because I couldn't find the kettle. Right. I mean, that's gameplay, that's not lore. The location of the kettle in World 3 is not lore. Or World 4, Run 4, yeah. Also, sorry, this is another, I forgot to mention, but it's kind of neat. This is 1.0 Urchin Underpass before the rework. We've previously only seen the tutorial version, but this is the actual, like, multiplayer map layout. Which sucks, by the way. Like, it's very good that they reworked it, because this is not good. This is, like, the main route into mid is this hallway. Like, that's insane. But it is literally the first map they ever made for the game. From 2014, because it was in the first trailer, so, you know, you can cut them a little bit of slack. This is the Mario Kart stage, yes. Can I swim? Thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Is this like a little different than? Well, it is, because it's not the final one, obviously. They got rid of this weird like slope thing. What's with this like tiny grate? Huh. Yeah, they changed this a lot. I know that I like that they have like these ramps here, despite this never being something you could ever do in multiplayer without immediately just being killed. But I like the idea. I like what they are going for. Has anyone else ever gotten bit by an ostrich? No, I cannot say I have. Whoa. I'll take that. I always thought the lighting looked very dramatic in those twinkles there. I don't know. I feel like I can remember it like almost like scaring me as a kid. I don't know why. You can like go there stealthily and they just kind of like, their eyes almost like glow in the dark. They do reuse the mouse, but it's nice that you at least get the evening and the nighttime lighting to mix things up a little bit. Oh, see you, Ratapane. Thanks for hanging out. And welcome, Octo Seal. Bing, bing. Oh. This one's cool because you can get the ink rail. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I am fumbling everything. Let's do this the right way. Moosh! Okay, yeah. If you get the rail, once you activate it, you can just like hyper aggro. Hello, fat cat. Yeah, I love those bosses. It's a mini boss, yeah. Yeah, Dusty, that's why only Splatoon 1 had mini bosses, and for some reason they just like stopped doing them. They could have just brought back the Octo Strikers copy paste and I would have been happy. Splatoon 4's story mode has more cutscenes and lore instead of gameplay? I mean, I really like the gameplay of Splatoon. As much as I love the story and lore, I still want there to to be lots of cool gameplay. Single player guys stream, single player lore guys, single player stream is longer than the Splatfest stream. Yeah, I mean, I get bored of Splatfest pretty fast, to be completely honest. So, oh yeah, this one's, yeah. Oh, so this is like a human. I'll be honest, I never actually, okay, maybe I'm just blind. I always just kind of read over this one as like, oh, this is just like Nothing Burger or whatever scroll, but like, you actually do see human hands in that like step 1. See, this is when you can tell flop scroll TBH. I mean, it is, but like, it's funny because you can tell they weren't quite sure what they were doing with like the fonts yet, or like human stuff, because like that's Square Script, I'm pretty sure. Which I'm not as brain rotten as some people with this. I don't like, you know, normally like go in and translate things myself, but you know, some of the Splatoon fonts have been, you can kind of translate them, and it normally just translates to gibberish. But SquareScript, normally the placement is pretty deliberate. Like, there's an Alterna script that's only used in Alterna. There's SquareScript, which is normally used on, like, Octarian stuff. There's, like, a Kamaboko script that's only used in the Deep Sea Metro. So, this is supposed to be, like, an actual human ad from the looks of it. But they use, like, Splatoon numbers and Splatoon font, which I feel like they wouldn't do nowadays. Like, maybe they would make, like, a different fake human font. I don't think they would straight up have, like, English or Japanese, but, yeah, kind of interesting to see that. Yeah, I mean, I kind of mentioned this in the, I am working on, like, a big side order video, and I bring this up, like, I get that some people don't like that so much of Splatoon's lore is just kind of like big text dumps rather than being like actual, like, you know, like cutscenes integrated into the gameplay or whatever, but you know, for me, as long as it's, I just am glad it's there at all, pretty much. Like, it would be better if it was, you know, actually explored in cutscenes, but like, you know, I'm happy to read, I guess, if it means we can learn more about the world. I figure we might as well try World 4 skip, which is what I'm setting up right now. See if I remember how to do this. I think you want to aim, like, around here? Okay, yeah. It doesn't look like an Inkling hand, though, because I think... Yeah, no, there's very clearly fingernails there. And Inkling fingers are, like, canonically square-shaped. That's not just, like, them being low poly. Like, they are actually... meant to look like that. It's like you stand here and look like here. Okay, I got step one. Yeah, the developers have talked about it, because Octoling hands are different. Octolings have more pointy fingers, and even in Splatoon 3, that distinction is still there. Okay. You guys have probably seen World 4 skip. I don't know if I really need to attempt this. I want to do the boss anyway, and I don't want to spend like 10 years doing this, so... if you watch a Splatoon speedrun, you will see them skip this world. I'm trying to find a kettle that is not under the map. Okay, thank you. Let's just go ahead and do the boss. I really like this boss anyway, so... Yeah, it's in like a pretty early developer interview, but they're supposed to look like sliced squid. There's like a specific term for like the food, I think, but yeah. So, oh, I never noticed the little like mushrooms here. So this boss has its own like ambiance, so we don't get the boss screams, but yeah, I really like the look of this arena. It's just cool. Whenever there's these massive quantities of like Octo ink, like I don't really know what's going on here. It's the same case as Cephalon HQ in Splatoon 2. It's like, why are there just giant lakes of ink? Like, I don't know why these exist or how they are produced. But it looks really cool. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello, Rescus. Yeah, Squid Soman. Yeah, okay, that's like what I was thinking, but I thought I would say it wrong. So, I was scared to say it. Yeah, no, I love this. This boss is one I'll always do. Oh my god. I'll intentionally take my time with it because I just love the design of it so much. Especially the other attack it does, where it launches out the teeth. I like fighting this with the non-upgraded hero shot because then you get to see all of the different attacks. Yeah, I've basically just been doing ultimate brain rot stream where I just talk way too much about every single little detail in the game, and it has been a very fun time. Yeah, this is genuinely, like, still one of my favorite bosses. I just love, like, this just looks so cool. Like, I just love how, like, detailed the little, like, mechanism of that is. Like, they did not need to make them look that cool, but they just did. Yeah. We will kill it the normal way now. Boosh. Oh. Why didn't... Okay, my audio? I do not know why the game audio just went away. Oh, that's weird. Now it's back. Let me go ahead and, close. I still have the art book open, and I don't know if that's, like... I'm not sure if that's my computer, like, dying. Or why that would have happened, but, okay, we're good now, I think. Sorry about that. But yeah, oh my god, okay, this... By the way, Fry in Splatoon 3, I think... Or, yeah, some of the eels just literally do that, right? I think they basically just copy-pasted that attack. I forget if they shoot the ink the same way, but I think it's very similar. Yeah, supposedly it's the same Octo weapons from the Great Turf War. They just, like, revive them with the Zapfish, I guess. Because the one scroll specifically mentions the Great Octo weapons. And then the Octo bosses just kind of show up in Splatoon 2. So I don't... I mean, obviously Octo Samurai is just like a guy. But yeah. They took 100 years to revive the same robots, we blow them up, and then they just made different robots in like 2 years, I guess. Holy mackerel pancakes. Callie's really weird in Splatoon 1. I feel like she's a lot weirder. Is this the part where she just says, like, oh no, that's the final boss? Don't forget about the Cap'n. Yeah. Who is this? Inkopolis. Ah, it's the final boss. What incredible writing Splatoon 1 has. Yeah, again, we don't really need to, it's not that deep. We'll get to World 5 now. I have a Pretendo account, but I mean, you don't need one to play the single player. We have to start talking like this IRL. I will say, weirdly, I feel like Splatoon does end up predicting things sometimes with, like, it's like, it either tries to be outdated, it either tries to be trendy and becomes outdated, or it tries to be dated and becomes trendy. Right? Because, like, I had never heard anyone say, like, raw to describe something as being cool, or say, like, cooked. Like, genuinely, I never, like, people say something is raw now, or people say they're cooked, like, constantly. And, like, when Merch first said that in Splatoon 2, I was like, and he calls Spike raw the first time you talk to him. I'm like, what the hell do you mean he's raw? Like, I've never heard that before in my life. And now people say that, like, every 2 seconds. Like... And yeah, I mean, like, and don't get cooked is, like, a little cheesy, and, like, people wouldn't really say it like that, but yeah, people say cooked. People either say, like, you got cooked, or you cooked in a good way. I don't know. It's weird with the slang, how sometimes they're behind or ahead of the times. Pretty much, they're never normally quite on the money. They did say clout. They started using clout in Splatoon 2 when that was still kind of a thing online, I think. I mean, people still use that every now and then, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know how long we'll spend. Like, for anyone who wasn't here at the start of the stream, we were literally going, like, you know, at a snail's pace, talking about every single little detail. And at this point, I'm kind of just playing the game. But I do love this part of the hub specifically. You know, I always glaze the Splatoon 1 hubs just for how fun it is to move around in them, and this part is definitely a highlight. I say raw dogging more than yeah. Well, I don't know. I've been watching a lot of Fidel Games Cage, who likes Sonic stuff, and he says raw like every 2 seconds. So maybe I'm biased because I hear stuff from him, but I feel like I don't know. It's something I never heard before Splatoon 2, and now I hear it all the time. So it is weird. I know there's that one Callie dialogue. The like, I don't, what does she say? Something about like, something is so fleek that I can't even. It's like them trying to do like internet speak, but it was like 10 years late to whatever they're trying to say. I don't know. It was, that one's like, I mean, it's funny to look back on, but yeah, I feel like that was like, I don't want to call it cringe because it's like Splatoon, but it's a little cringe. A team snow base so fleek, yeah, oh my god. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. Oh god, I hope they don't. I mean, I feel like Phantom Tax is too specific, and like Skibbity. Like, surely they'll never say stuff like that, because that's like actual references. Please do not reference Skibbity Toilet, Splatoon 4. Please don't do that. Well, yeah, Ohio. Well, I mean, that's the weird thing about like all the brain rot words right now. I feel like are way too specific. Like Skibbity Toilet is like a show, or like I don't know what it is. I've never seen it. But it's like a YouTube show, right? Like, so it's like they can't just say that in the way they could say like Bay or Fleek. I hate that I'm saying these words out loud. I feel like we're at least safe from like the current Gen Alpha, like, you know, the current state of things. There's probably a few buzzwords they could fit in there, but like Ohio is non-existent in Splatoon, thankfully. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to be a little brain rot, right? Like it is supposed to be like, you know, they reference internet stuff in a normally tasteful way, I think, pretty well. Like the JoJo's reference in the Splatoon 3 scroll, like that's funny. That's well done. And in that one trailer, actually, they've referenced JoJo twice. But yeah, when it comes to like specific like slang and stuff, you got to be careful, or you will make it may, you know, feel 10 years late on arrival. There's the one, I've just been told it's a JoJo's reference, and it looks like one. I don't know, like, the specifics. Oh, good. I thought I forgot the scroll for a second. Oh, hey, it's the best one. I read it in the video. I don't need to read it right now, but yes, I very much enjoy. I just like that they just have some random, like, inkling philosophy, basically, thrown in there. It's just cool. It's just I don't know, it's a cool line. Only true god. I don't know the scroll number. There was one of the season trailers literally had like an inkling falling in the water and did the like to be continued thing. So that's the most obvious one. Yeah, in Japanese it's Kami-sama, which is like paper deity. Apparently it's like a pun. I didn't actually know this. It's like the paper deity, but apparently the way paper and like god sound, I don't know exactly the specifics of it, but yeah, and then in English it's just called the voice from on high. That's what it's called in the art book, and that's kind of what Callie says during the Splatfest dialogue. Oh god. Paper and God are both Kami. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, Splatoon 3 Splatfest still come from the fax machine, so yeah, it's still a part of the lore. Okay, I died. Again, I have not upgraded the hero shot, so this is where the difficulty can actually start kicking in. That's a nice, like, Octo expansion type secret where you just get a bunch of bonus eggs. Oh wait, is that the scroll? Uh-oh. That's probably the scroll, isn't it? Gore. I mean, Judd, like, rolls with it. Judd judges Turf War battles in Splatfest. I don't know if the Judds, like, revere the fax machine, but they, you know, they go along with it. Oh. Goodbye. Right, okay. Oh, did I get it and then just die? Is that what happened? Okay. That makes more sense. Single player guy, by the way. Does it always delete your progress? Or did other games make it so that the scrolls save? I actually don't remember. Oh, nice. I always forget about that secret. That's cool. I think those only spawn if you kill them all with the Ingzuka. Not 100% on that. But yeah, I mean, I was commenting on like every single level aesthetic. We are getting to the point where they kind of start to get reused. Like this one doesn't really have much of like a theme in the way some of the other ones did. It's kind of just like, you know, blocks. This is the most like Alterna looking one probably in Splatoon 3. Where it's just kind of boring blocks. Oh god. I was trying to reach it. The glitch to shoot faster? I mean, I've been doing that on the boss fights. There normally isn't too much reason to do it in just typical gameplay. I mean, if I refused to upgrade the hero shot to increase the difficulty and then just did the glitch to shoot faster, that'd be kind of pointless anyway. I might as well just upgrade the gun at that point. Oh god. A glitch to, yeah, if you like mash the, oh my god. Rip. If you mash the D-pad randomly, for some reason it like, I don't exactly know what causes it, but it like resets something, so you basically fire an extra shot. And it's used mostly in the boss fights to destroy the boss tentacles faster, and on Octavio. Oh. Oh my god. Hello? There we go. Yeah, I know a lot of this stuff. I watch... I mean, as far as I'm aware, Lantro is like the only, like, prominent English-speaking Splatoon speedrunner, so anything I know, like, glitch-wise or speedrun-wise from this game is, from watching him, so shout out to that guy, I guess. But, yeah. Oh, there we go. Horse of Calamari County. I still do wonder, you know, the whole carved into the very DNA of all Inklings. Like, this wasn't actually ever explained, really, until the Alterna crystals, so it's like, I'm not sure how this reads in Japanese, but like, I wonder if this was just meant to be metaphorical, and then they just made it literal. I'm honestly not sure. Or if it was supposed to be literal and they just didn't bother to explain it. It's probably because you're updating your kit. Yeah, I think it's probably something to do with that. It's like resetting, like, the weapon in your hands. I don't think the levels feel too easy. Like, I've just played them a million times, so they might look easy, but, I mean, I literally died that time, so, or did I? I died to something recently. But, I feel like it's easier to intentionally make it more difficult, again, by like doing like not, actually let me upgrade this while I'm talking about that. You know, you can choose to not do upgrades. There's no hero armor mechanic, so like if you get hit and you don't have any armor, you do just die instantly. Like compared to the other games, Octo Expansion is probably harder overall, but this would be second place, I would say. Well, Side Order is kind of a different case, but yeah. It's even more literal than in English. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I wonder if they like had an idea for that and just didn't. I don't know, that's strange. Yeah, it's definitely weird that we like don't really know what happened to the non-Octoling Octarians. Like, it seems weird that just like no one really cares about them. I don't know. It'd be cool to see them on the surface. But then you can't use the explanation of like the Inklings are so dumb they don't notice they're octopuses, I guess, if they're literally just sentient tentacles. But that's kind of, you know, not something I love anyway, so it would be nice to just get explanations for everything. Do I prefer the goggle design? I kind of like the goggles, honestly. The shades also caused the whole, you know, misunderstanding of people thinking they were hypnotized because Callie had the hypno shades and everything, so... I think I like the armor. I like the Neo-Octoling armor better, but I like the goggles better than the shades, if I had to choose. I did not get the scroll. I don't think it's back there. I think it's over here. I actually do not remember where it is. This is a really, you know, this map works really well as a single-player stage. Arguably better than it does as a multiplayer map, to be honest. I feel like it was over there, but I don't know how to get back over there. Did I just, like, hit a point of no return? Or am I wrong? Or is it up here? Did I already went up here? Oh, it's that, right. It's at the enemy spawn. Look, I know most things about the game. I don't always remember where every single collectible is, okay? A lot of people mentioned the Salmon Run thing. I mean, it would have to be very significantly redesigned to work as a Salmon Run map, I feel, but like an oil rig as a Salmon Run map in general would be cool, so I would not be opposed. Wonder what bridge that's supposed to be. There's like some stuff in the backgrounds that actually lines up if you try and like place all the maps. Like I'd almost say that's Hammerhead, but obviously that's been retconned to be like way longer than that would be, so I don't know. Oh, where'd you? Okay, that was weird. You super jumped further away. The classic hide and seek spot over here. And there we go. I don't know why I'm doing this. I just want to. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Hammerhead... Oh! Does that... I don't know if I've ever killed that Octoling with that gusher before. I did not know that could happen. But yeah, if you, like, recon Hammerhead in Splatoon 1, you could literally see, like, you know, a city skyline on either side of it. Like, they definitely did not... You know, it was definitely retconned to be going all the way across, you know, to the Splatlands. Yeah, I mean, they could just lower it to be closer to the water, but yeah, it wouldn't, I mean... It's one of those things where I feel like a lot of the community is like, oh, this would be cool, but it's like, if you think about it for more than 1 second, it's like, it would not actually work. But yeah. This is one of the first things that actually, like, you know, I was saying earlier where you have the, Inkling evolution. Like, this is the first thing... This straight up says, like, the creatures of the surface were driven to extinction. So scroll 10 tells you that humans died, and then you don't really get an update on that until all the way here, where you actually see human skeleton. There's an S1 interview where they mention having a map and then proceed to not show it. Oh. Like having just a different multiplayer map we never got? Well, yeah, Hammerhead Bridge was under construction in Splatoon 1, and it was finished for Splatoon 3, but, like, the unfinished part is just the big gap in the middle where you play, you know, the video game. Finishing it would not suddenly extend it by, you know, 5 miles in either direction. It was just a retcon. Which, I mean, is fine, because it's just, like, visual. Like, they never really explicitly said where the bridge went anyway. Oh, a map of, like, Inkopolis. Okay, right. Yeah, I mean, at least, yeah, we got the world map thing, at least. But yeah, it would be really cool to know where all the maps went. Oh, this level is cool. They really like this, like, shifting platform thing in Splatoon 2. I feel like they use these constantly in that game. Where you're just like, it's kind of annoying, because you're just like waiting for the platforms to move. I feel like this one has like a nice flow to it, where you can kind of like, especially if you played the level a bunch, you can remember where things are and kind of get ahead of it, but yeah, I don't always love how these are implemented in other games. Oh my god. Yeah, the weak hero shot is gonna be kind of tough here. Oh. I know there's like a faster way to do this section too, but I always forget. Whenever they have a launch pad on a wall, by the way, you gotta swim around it. There's literally always a secret. Oh, it's actually the scroll there, wow. Normally it's just like a balloon with some eggs. I remember, like, being proud of myself when I first played Octo Canyon, because, like, one of the first, it's either the scroll or Sardinium in, like, level, like, 2 or 3 is hidden like that with a launch pad on a wall, and I'm like, I know your tricks by now, you did this, like, 20 times in Splatoon 1. Okay. I mean, I think people oversell the role of the single players as, like, a just tutorial for multiplayer. They definitely teach you the basics of the controls, but, like, lots of the mechanics are not remotely related to things that happen in PvP. Which I think is good, because I think they should just be seen as their own entity. But, I imagine someone who plays Hero Mode is probably gonna do better in PvP than someone who just goes into the game completely blind. I know there's a cool trick here. Okay, I died. I know, I forget exactly why. Also, you don't actually have to hit this switch. You can just be like, doop. But yeah, they like use this bubbler to go under the flutter, which is just not an interaction you like see that often. Yeah, there we go. You can just go under the flutter with the bubbler and grab the key. Kinda neat. Three does actually have some cool secrets. One of the really cool ones is there's like a limited ink level, and you can actually get through the stage with literally never shooting your weapon ever, and you get like special dialogue and I think some bonus power eggs for doing that. So there's cool hidden stuff like that. I definitely think Octo Expansion has a lot more cool things where you can like go out of your way a little bit to get like a pack of power eggs. But yeah, oh, this is cool. The golden disc. I don't think this has any implications. I think it's just a reference to like the real life thing. But yeah, I like that one. Well, ink armor would break really fast. You could probably tank a flutter if you were swimming fast enough, but I'm not really sure how that interaction would go, to be honest. Don't think it would work quite as well as a bubbler where you're just invincible. Where are the other things? I know one of them is, like, way at the top. Am I missing one? No, I don't think I am. Can I do that? Oh, there we go. Oh, the other flutter level. I enjoy these. I did not take that long to find them that time. But yeah. Again, just like the industrial look. Like, I don't know. This, like, kind of like dusty vibe you don't really get at all in Splatoon 2 or future games. Also, I think they have that ramp, but you can just, like, ink the wall and completely go the other way. Oh. Hello, Flutter. Wait, here, we can do the cool jump. Oh. Got it. I love doing that. Yeah, Agent 3's spawn animation is so weird. I don't know what the hell they're doing with their arms, but it's funny. It feels very out of character, like, compared to how they're characterized now in the modern games where they try and make them all, like, cool and edgy. They're just like, I don't even know how to describe the movement that they do in this game, but it's something for sure. Everything you say about Splatoon 1, you can also say about Ratchet and Clank? I mean, I have not played that series, so I cannot confirm or deny, but that's interesting. I mean, I like Agent 4's animation. I can't even picture what Neo 3's is. Wait, did I miss the scroll? Oh, I did, didn't I? Wait, actually, no. Wait, I'm confusing with the other flutter level. I was gonna say we can go back without restarting, but I don't think I can. Oh, I definitely missed the scroll. Okay, we'll get it. We can watch that amazing spawn animation again. Yeah, I don't even know what to make of that, but I think I enjoy it. I miss when Splatoon was dusty and dirty, how I will play a game with... I mean, yeah, I don't know. I like the whole thing of, like, oh, Cali, like, you know, beautified the Octarian domes or whatever as, like, an explanation, but, like, I don't like... I don't like the calified domes as much. I feel like they're just kind of lamer. I like it being all, like, dusty and industrial and, like, you know, the whole, like, glitching, you know, signs and stuff, losing electricity, and, like, I don't know. There's just more interesting environmental storytelling that has a lot more to say about Octarian society as a whole, instead of just, like, Cali was here, you know? Like, is the scroll here? Where? I do not remember where the scroll is on this level. I don't think it's here. Wait. Did I miss it already? Yeah, the atmosphere of one is just so distinct. I might have missed it, I'm not sure. Is it... Because how do I get there? I think that's where it is. Okay, well, based on you guys saying that, I assume I missed it. Yeah, like, is this like... I guess if Inklings can, like, shapeshift into, like, basically liquid, they can probably just do stuff like that with their arms whenever they want, and they just don't normally. But... yeah, oh, it's right there. It's literally right there. You literally see it. Okay, I see it. I got it, guys, don't worry. But yeah, I guess Inklings can just do that with their arms. It's good. I just need to do the cool gamer jump again. That's what this was all for. Okay, I got it. That is the wrong bomb. In my defense, my mic arm is covering the little sub selector thing. Okay, whatever, we don't need that. Okay, I will not enter the launch pad. I will drop down and get... Wait, what? Oh, right. Okay, this is correct. This is correct. All right, we do this. Whoop. Okay, I didn't do that the cool way, but we got it. I could have gone, but no, I'll wait. Dun, dun, dun. Well, I mean, Neo 3 is kind of like a combination of like the classic intro and Octo expansion, because they do the normal like land onto the spawn point, but instead of a spawn point, it's just the equipper. But I think they just kind of like land, right? Like they don't really do anything, unless I'm remembering incorrectly. Oh my god. Trying to read chat while navigating Flutter Maze. Okay, we're good. Okay, I need to scratch my eye. I'm assuming that's a Hawk Tua joke, but I'm not understanding where the the line is, Quinn. I don't know. I'm confused. I think it's always the sniper that has the key here. Is it not? Okay, I don't know what the reference is then. I'm confused. Sheldon's Maze real footage. Oh my god. Oh. I like these weird, like, Flutter statues, by the way. Like, I don't know why these would exist. Because they're not, like, some, like, ancient thing. Like, I mean, I guess we didn't have, like, the lore that Marina made them at this point, but, like, is this, like, a prototype? Is this, like, a broken giant Flutter? Like, because there's a bunch of these. They're in the first, Flutter level, too. Decommission? Maybe. Maybe they were like bigger and like a prototype, and then that was like less efficient or something. I don't know. You can make up a story there. There isn't really much to go off of. Oh wow, Professor. One of like 2 images, unless we count all of the art book stuff and the manga, which we probably should not. Yeah. Interesting. Again, I hope we get more Professor stuff eventually, but I want it to be like a, you know, I want just a little bit. It can't be a big blowout. It can't be a Mr. Grizz situation where we get everything at once. Just give us like a little tease. Is it there? No. Where's the other one? It might be down. It is not down. I am blanking on where this one is. Kind of a dilf? What? For a second I like forgot I just brought up the Professor and I thought you were talking about the giant Flutter. I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, it's right there. Okay. I think it's... Yeah, okay. You can... 2 shots and a Seeker. Opens a kettle. The Flutter can get it too? All right. Good to know. I think no map gets used more than twice, right? I think they use the tutorial area twice and Urchin Underpass, the multiplayer version, once. So that's like the most appearing map, technically, but yeah. It's funny because like I remember struggling a lot with The Octo Striker levels, my first time through somehow, I just must have been like completely garbage at the game, and now I forget that it's even a mechanic. Like I literally forget there's like an ink strike every few seconds because it's like I just keep moving through the level and it never reaches me. Okay, I was gonna say, I really thought I was about to say that, then it was about to kill me, but that is not what happened. Okay, we're good. Got the scroll. Kind of an underwhelming, you know, right before the final boss level, if you know what you're doing. I mean, we got a mini boss here at least. I mean, Flutter's okay, okay. We're not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Boosh. I really think these guys are so much more fun without the upgraded gun. I like them being that tanky. And again, it's always cool that you can just chill on the UFO. Oh, there's like a whole like park. Oh yeah, no, that's the same. I was gonna say they use this pavilion everywhere, but that's the same one I noticed earlier. Wow, there's like, I like never noticed this massive park over here. It is kind of weird from this angle because like Black Belly is really just like a hole in the ground. Oh, there's wait, why are those basketball courts like massive? I know it's like a background element and they make things in the background bigger so you can like see them better, but like, wow. Oh, there's a bathroom too. Wow, okay. I just didn't actually notice how much detail there was around Black Belly before. It's kind of cool. The pavilion has a bathroom in it? There was one of them in the tutorial area. So that's why I pointed it out earlier, because I noticed it was a reused thing, but I don't know. Or, oh no, you were talking about this one probably, yeah, okay. I mean, Gobi Arena exists, so we do know they have basketball, but yeah, this is, very large. Like, even compared to, like, the cars, like, yeah, that's way too big, but... Oh yeah, there are fireworks. I've definitely, like, subconsciously noticed those before, but yeah, interesting. I guess there could be bigger creatures playing basketball, that is true. Isopadre ballin' or something. Oh, I wonder if there are fireworks because it's the Splatfest mode of the map. I wonder if that's what it is. They just didn't, like, they just used the nighttime version of the map, and they didn't change it for single player to take out the fireworks. I actually bet that's what happened. Oh, my beloved Judd. It is interesting that, like, I don't know, this one is interesting just because the professor clearly doesn't seem to, like, want to preserve himself. Like, he's just saving Judd. And it's like, huh. You know, why not? If you have cryogenic sleep chambers. I know the art book implies that he did try to save himself, but I feel like this is like, you know, why would he say goodbye? You know, he would say, like, see you in 10,000 years. I don't know. It's interesting. Subjecting his cat to fate worse than death? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, well, I don't know. Judd is kind of chilling. I guess we don't know what exactly he went through in the 12,000 years of cryosleep. Because, I mean, I don't know. If he was tormented, he doesn't really seem like it in the modern day. Most sane cat person. But yeah. I always really love this, just like being able to sit on this UFO and look out. Again, I just love existing in this hub world so much. I would genuinely do this, like, I mean, I still do this today. I'm obviously doing it right now, but like, this is I like just coming up here and sitting and looking around. It's cool. Also, because like this is obviously Inkopolis because you have the tower, but then there's so much city, and I'm sure part of it is just like, you know, they're just kind of copy pasting stuff to have details exist there, but there's so much city. Like, wow. And I guess this is Mount Nantai, probably? Like, probably not, you know, established as a thing yet by the developers, but it is a mountain there by Inkopolis and by Octo Valley. So, That would make sense. Well, it makes sense that the professor would want to preserve Judd. I just don't get why he wouldn't also save himself. I mean, maybe, you know, I guess not wanting to live in a world alone, you know, after the rest of humanity has died is understandable. But in that case, yeah, it is just subjecting his cat to a fate worse than death, which is kind of funny. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I guess we'll beat the game. Might as well, while we are here. And yeah, gameplay-wise, this is still easily, I think, the best boss fight in the series. Yeah, it is largely... Well, because there's waterfalls pouring into Octo Valley, so there should be a water source. Actually, that's kind of confusing on the world map now that I think about it. But yeah. But yeah, here we go. So yeah, here's the tractor beam I mentioned way back at the start. So it's like, I still wonder if like they would have used the Octobot King to steal it off of Inkopolis Tower, or just one of those tiny UFOs like the one that crashed. They don't really use the tractor beam tech that often, and by that often I mean literally never again, except for maybe Splatoon 2's final boss. Oh yeah, first time I played Splatoon 1, I like rage quit this boss because I was so bad. Like I said, I struggled with like the Octo Striker levels. I also didn't know you could upgrade your stuff, even though now when I replay the game, I see Cuttlefish tell you like 30 million different times, like, hey, upgrade your gear in the upgrade menu, and there's also a button on screen that says upgrade your stuff. Somehow I didn't know you could upgrade gear. So I was going into this, no upgrades, no skill, no brain cells, and I remember making it to the Calamari incantation phase and then dying and game overing, and I like went to bed. And now it's like my most replayed video game level ever, so I've gotten a little better. And yeah, I do the D-pad mash thing just because you can get through it a little bit faster. This is still honestly such a genius design. Like, it's a subwoofer and an octopus, and it has sunglasses on it. Like, it is Splatoon in a nutshell as a giant weapon. I don't know. I'm a very big fan of every single part of this boss fight. You heard Calamari incantation and you locked in. That's how it works. I'll see you, new DJ. Thanks for hanging out. Whoa, okay. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, don't mind if I do. Yeah, I like that they remixed the theme in Splatoon 3. I definitely like this version more, but it was cool to see it reappear. Yeah, I'm messing up all my words right now. I need to, like... my brain is slowly decaying over the course of the stream, I think. I'm Octavio is a very good song. I think it is very underrated because it kind of gets overshadowed by the incantation. But especially Phase 3 goes super hard. I love how much he panics when the last missile is coming, by the way. It's so funny. His animations in this fight are great, because he like dances to the incantation too once it starts playing. It slightly bothers me that when you play this one in Smash, it doesn't make the stage turn into the nighttime mode. Because I know it makes sense that it does that for Splatfest music, but like, obviously this is a dark arena, so it would be more fitting. I also think it's funny that this is just like ambiguously maybe in space. Like, I feel like it's not, but also you fly a UFO. Like, after the Octarians are based on aliens, or have, you know, lots of alien theming and fly UFOs the entire game, and you get to the final boss by flying a UFO into the sky, but then the background is just like darkness. It's not like stars. There's no Earth. It's like we're just in the boss fight dimension, I guess. Soon to be the rave dimension. Octoling space station orb. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. I turn the volume up a little bit, actually, as long as we're in this part of the game. There we go. Oh, right, doesn't spawn yet. Bum, 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 bum. Let me know if that's too loud. I think it should be fine. Like, that's just like honorary invisible platforms. Like, there's no real reason to have them here, but they're using the mechanics from the game. Wow. Definitely not on this stream for the amiibo challenges. I don't know if I'll really do those. I mean, in terms of like overanalyzing everything, it's still just the same levels, so not really worth doing in my opinion. I still haven't actually done them on my Pretendo account though, so maybe at some point on the stream I could do that. Yeah, the fishing rod armor is funny. I mean, it's a good like visual indicator of how much you have, but I don't know the exact logic behind it. You're about to hit incantation mode. I mean, I don't think like a content creator would get in trouble for using Pretendo. I did see the warning. The Pretendo developers said that they're not really worried about it because Nintendo doesn't really like send out warning tweets like that normally. Like if they wanted to take legal action, they would just send the lawyers. That was at least the sentiment they had. So I'm not worried about it. I mean, definitely streaming it would not be a problem. Because I mean, I'm not emulating or modding anything. I'm literally just playing the video game on my Wii U. So there's really nothing I could get in trouble for doing. Or, I mean, same for the Pretendo devs, really. Here we go. Agent 3, can you hear our song? Radio override activated. So yeah, once again, when I first played the game, I like didn't know Callie and Marie were called the Squid Sisters, because they don't actually say that in-game until this point. So like, I'm just like, okay, what does that mean? Like, it did not click for me that they were Callie and Marie, even at this point. So I remember dying right here, because I like took one of these ink rails too early and bumped into the force field and died. This is better. Yeah, again, I don't think Pretendo's in any danger. I was worried when I saw the tweet, but I really think it'll be fine. Especially because, I mean, like, if Wii U Online was paid, it might be a different story, but, like, it was literally just a free service Nintendo used to provide, and now they don't. And you still have to own the Wii U and the game, so... I just don't think it's worth their time. There we go. Also, this thing has no collision, by the way. Oh yeah, we don't see the spawner things ever again. I mean, they're very video gamey, but I guess if kettles are teleportation, maybe they're just being like called in instead of just being like literally spawned. Boom. Oh no, so sad. Crossfade to black. I knew Splatoon 3's story wasn't gonna be good when Octavio didn't say crossfade to black when we beat him, by the way. That's where it started going downhill. Nintendo made a tweet in, like, one of the Japanese accounts just saying, like, they didn't mention Pretendo by name, but they, you know, it was very obvious that's what they were talking about. They were like, there is an unofficial service that replicates the online functionality of Wii U, and they were just like, don't use it, because it might pose security risks or whatever, but, that's all they said. So, they just warned people of the risks. They didn't say, like, you know, they're gonna shut it down or anything. Marina is in the audience, yeah, or, well, she was, it's over now. Yeah. I also like that this broadcast happens at night. They don't do this in the other games. It's a fun detail. Wow, Zapfish. There's no date on this one like there was on the other image. Yeah, the art book storyboards. They also have like a close-up of Agent 3 that they didn't put in the game. But yeah, there's the whole like slowly like getting consumed by ink, and he was like, this was fun, and then he explodes. Ooh. Banger song. I don't really know if Pretendo is being adopted by the JP community, but it probably would be. I mean, if they knew about it. If Nintendo knows about it, then I imagine fans know about it, so. Trivia percent world record. How many weird, obscure facts can you bring up during your playthrough? I don't think that the record wouldn't be how fast, it would just be how many things can you say. Yeah, I love this art so much still. I've talked about it before, but yeah, it's so good. It's so cute, and there's so many just fun. I don't know. You could just tell they had so much fun with it. It really it feels. I don't know. This campaign just feels so filled with love in a way that the others still do. I mean, Octo Expansion definitely does too. I love Flutter, the little Flutter art there is so funny. I don't know. Oh, it makes me so happy. Jellyfish giving birth should be in here? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that one. I'll try and point it out when I see it. Tic-tac-toe. Oh, I love that one of the Agent 3 with the key. That's might be my favorite in here. Also, there's one where they're like brushing the Octoma's teeth. I love that you can clearly see the like Seta Anoi art mixed in with just like, you know, programmer doodles. I forgot the legs one. Oh, there it is. There's the jellyfish. And the children covering their eyes. Oh, I love that one of them on the phone, too. There's the teeth one, yep. Yep. Thanks for playing. Alright, well, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I wasn't sure if we would beat the game today, because I did go through it very slow. Normally I beat this game much faster than... 4 hours, 20 minutes, there we go. Nice. What a good story mode. Wonder how good S2 will be. Yeah, I mean... Oh, right. No internet. That always feels so jarring to not get the news. But yeah, I guess I don't have much else to say. It was very fun to just do a full, like, ramble stream. I've already replayed these campaigns on stream, but, you know, I was just, like, explicitly, like, just getting footage so I could make videos about them, whereas this was just, like, you know, having fun, hanging out, showing... I didn't show even that much stuff from the art book, but just, you know, rambling about little details and stuff I think are cool. So yeah, it'd be fun to do this for the other games. I definitely have a lot less to say about Octo Canyon, I feel like. Octo Expansion, obviously, I could go on for hours. But yeah, glad you guys seem to enjoy this. I wasn't sure how this would do, if this would be entertaining, but people seem to have a good time. So yeah, probably see you this Saturday at the usual time that I stream. Single player guy, by the way. Yep. That is me. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to do Octo Canyon? I just want to do Octo Expansion. I don't know. We might not do all of Octo Canyon. I might just like do like a completed save and like hop around, because I don't need to play the whole game again. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I will be ending it here. I have to go walk my dog. But yeah. Also, yeah, the stream layout, hopefully I will add more things to it. I do like having it, but the bottom is very empty, and I am planning to put things there, so yeah. Oh, thank you. I have Twitch alerts for some reason. Thank you for the follow. I don't stream on Twitch. I need to get rid of those, but thank you. Yeah, cool to see you here, Rassicus. And I always do this with my outros. I always like say goodbye like 10 times. But yeah, thanks for watching. This has been Cosmic. Farewell.